Aloha mai kako.
Hi, aloha.
My name is Dawn Chang and I am chairperson of the Commission on Water Resource Management. This is the July 15, 2025 meeting of the Commission on Water Resource Management. It is 9 a.m. We are holding this meeting as a hybrid meeting, some of us, but hopefully, I think all the commissioners are and will be in person in the DLNR boardroom of the Kalani Moku building in Honolulu. And we are also holding this meeting remotely via Zoom, and it can be watched live on YouTube. For those here to testify in Zoom, we will let you into the meeting when we hear the item you wish to testify on. Please remember to mute your YouTube when you are in the main Zoom meeting room, or we will get an echo. When you enter, please be sure to keep your camera off and microphone muted until the commission calls on you for public testimony. We ask that members of the public testifying on agenda items be mindful of everyone and limit your testimony to 2 minutes so that we can get to everyone. Please do not use the chat box for any comments because that presents a sunshine issue. People may also testify via telephone at the number posted online. Please let Commission Secretary know your name and what agenda item you wish to testify on so we can call you for that item. You can also email your testimony to ivalani.hr.kaa@hawaii.gov or dlnr.cworm@hawaii.gov. Okay, now I can speak a little faster because we have Commissioner Aurora Gawa.
All the stoplights.
I'll speed it up a little. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into the microphone if you come up to the table. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. I am now going to read the standard contested case statement. In some of the matters before the commission, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the commission's decision, then the commission will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the commission decides the issue, then request a contested case after the decision, but before the close of the commission meeting. Any request must also be made in writing within 10 calendar days. If no request for a contested case hearing is made, the commission will make a decision. The commission will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. We may also, from time to time, I shouldn't say time to time, further, the commission may go into executive session pursuant to HRS 92-5A4 in order to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. I am now going to take roll call of all the commissioners. Please state your name. And I am going to start with Commissioner Ho.
Kathleen Ho, Department of Health.
Thank you.
Armike. Wayne Katayama.
Don Chang, Chair of the Commission.
Hanaki Halani Springer.
Aurora Kagawa Viviani.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to introduce our staff. Kira Kahahane. She is the first deputy of the Water Commission Board Secretary today is Ivalani Ka'a'a. And our Deputy Attorney General this morning is Miranda Stee. So we are going to hear the items as they have been agendized. I'm going to start off first. Item A1 is the minutes of April 28, 2025. Those are still in the process of being completed. So I'm going to move on to item A2, the minutes of May 20th. Commissioners, do you have any comments, corrections, or edits to the May 20th, 2025 commission meeting?
Non-substantive edits.
Thank you
to
so
the
much.
minutes.
Always appreciate those. Any other comments, board members, commissioners? Okay. Do I have anybody in the public here to provide comments on A2? Do I have anybody on Zoom?
No, Chair.
I will close public comments. This is the first motion. Do I have a motion by the commission?
Move to accept.
Do I have? a
Second.
Motion is moved and seconded. Since it's the first item on our agenda, I'm going to do a roll call. Ivalani?
Chair, Commissioner Ho,
Aye.
Commissioner Deacon,
Aye.
Commissioner Katayama,
Aye.
Chair Chang,
Aye.
Commissioner Springer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kogawa Viviani.
Aye.
Motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you very much. The next item is item B1. It is Deputy Director's presentation on the approval to proceed with the development of a first-generation Keauhou Aquifer System Area Groundwater Adaptive Management Plan, Keauhou Aquifer Area, Island of Hawaii. Kira?
Aloha kakahia kakako. Oal no, o Deputy Director Kira Kahahane. So, I ask your patience as I am going to go through this submittal that you have before you and talk about some of the highlights here. And then I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. So you may recall, those of you who were with us, may recall that on April 1st, I provided a presentation on an adaptive management plan for groundwater resources in the Keauhou Aquifer System area. So this is following up on that presentation and seeking commission approval of our general plan and framework for how we propose to develop this first generation plan. The plan will come to this commission for review of successive drafts as well as approval of the final draft. So this will certainly not be the last time that this matter comes before you. The Keauhou Aquifer System underlies a region of deep historic and cultural significance. This is well documented in various sources. One of the sources that we picked out as staff was the 1974 report called The Spirit of Kalokohonokohau, which provided the basis for the establishment of Kalokohonokohau National Historical Park. But of course, there are many other sources, including Kama'aina testimony, that document the cultural practices in the region and its deep history. At the same time, the Keauhou region and its water resources are under continued pressure from development. So those factors have led to some considerable controversy and some uncertainty regarding the future of developing groundwater in this region and its short and long-term management. So commission staff are proposing an adaptive management approach to groundwater management in this region, which we feel is appropriate based on the cultural and historic significance of Keauhou, the increased development pressure on the region, its complex hydrogeology, and the potential impacts of groundwater withdrawals on the health of groundwater-dependent ecosystems and traditional and customary practices of Native Hawaiians. Back in September 2013, the National Park Service submitted a petition to designate the Keauhou Aquifer System as a groundwater management area, and that petition was attached to this submittal. The basis for the petition was to protect the aquifer, recognizing its importance for public trust uses amidst the threats of growing water demands, declining rainfall, and rising sea level. I'll abbreviate the rest of the proceedings and cut to the chase. On February 14th, 2013, upon presentation of a staff submittal, the commission denied the petition for designation. However, along with that denial came 8 conditions, sometimes referred to as the conditions of non-designation, that are designed to ensure the protection of public trust needs and resources of Kalokohonokohau National Historical Park and the larger community in the Keauhou Aquifer System area. And so I'll take you through each one of these 8 conditions, so bear with me. Number 1, requires the commission to refer all well permit applications to the Ahamoku System and Department of Hawaiian Homelands for review and recommendations to protect traditional and customary practices that may be affected by the proposed application. If traditional and customary practices are found in the proposed permit area that may be affected by the proposed action, special conditions will be suggested to mitigate impacts of the proposed well. If the well operator and landowner do not agree to the special conditions, staff will present the applications to the commission for decision-making under applicable law. So to date, the only completed well construction and pump installation permit application that has been received for the Keauhou Aquifer System area is the application for Otawel. That was submitted on August 16th, 2018. There's a distinction between applications that were submitted and those that were actually accepted as complete. So this is the only completed application. And that application was sent for review to the Ahamoku Advisory Council and Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and comments were received, which resulted in a number of special conditions that Deputy Manuel suggested be attached to the well construction and pump installation permit. We've received other applications for well construction and pump installation permits, but those weren't deemed complete and therefore they weren't routed for review. In recent news, we've got a new application on May 28, 2025 from Queen Liliuokalani Trust for a new well, but it's not yet been accepted as complete and therefore hasn't yet been routed for agency review. As I talk to folks, I know that there are a number of other wells that are intended to be developed, but these are the ones that we've actually received applications for. Okay, condition number 2. For new private production wells within the Ahupua of Kaloko Honokohau 1 through 3 or Kealakehe, staff will encourage the applicant to install a deep monitor well beneath the thin basal lens into salt water between the new well and the Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park if such a monitor well does not already exist. The Ota well is not located in those Ahupua'a, so we did not propose a deep monitor well as a condition. But if any new production wells are applied for in those Ahupua'a listed above, staff will encourage the applicant to install a deep monitor well into the underlying saltwater as described. Condition number 3, staff will complete the remediation of Keopu Deep Monitor Well and the construction of the new Keopu 2 Deep Monitor Well to further explore the deep freshwater aquifer. The Keopu 1 Deep Monitor Well was sealed, I'll spare you the details, in August 2016. And between February and April 2019, perforations were made in the solid casing to allow this well to function as a conventional deep monitor well, rather than one that goes all the way down into the deep confined aquifer. The Keopu 2 Deep Monitor Well was completed in August 2017, and it does go into the deep confined aquifer, which allows us to monitor that body of water. Condition number 4. The staff will provide for the conversion of the Kaloko irrigation well to a deep monitor well located due east and up gradient of the Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park. This well will be deepened to further explore the existence of the deep freshwater aquifer, similar to other deep monitor wells in the region, and monitor changes due to pumping in the area above the park. So deepening the Kaloko irrigation well number 1 was not possible due to access issues, the challenges of deepening an existing well, and some other complications. So in order to monitor changes due to pumping in the area above the park, the Kaloko Deep Monitor Well was drilled, which the name can be somewhat confusing. It is a different well. So we located that well on a Hawaii Department of Water Supply tank site, and it's anticipated to be completed in 2026, next year. Condition number 5, staff will continue to monitor pumpage, well levels, and chlorides through the monthly reporting program. Reporters who are delinquent in reporting will be brought to the commission for enforcement and sanctions at the discretion of the chairperson. So our staff continues to collect data provided by well reporters and collect monitoring data from our network of monitoring wells. There are 2 wells that aren't reporting water use in this area, the Sophie well and the Keauhou Robertson well. Those 2 wells respectively have capacities of 25 gallons per minute and 40 gallons per minute. Staff has sent letters to those 2 users to get them into compliance with this reporting requirement, and we'll take appropriate action if that does not yield the desired result. Condition number 6, if authorized planned use reaches 80% of the Keauhou Aquifer System area sustainable yield, which is 30.4 million gallons a day as calculated based on the current sustainable yield of 38 million gallons a day, then the commission will commence public informational meetings in the Keauhou Aquifer System area in accordance with Hawaii Revised Statutes, Section 174C-44, and Hawaii Administrative Rules, Section 13-171-7. So there's a little complication here. So under the water code, there is a definition for authorized planned use. It's the use or projected use of water by a development that has received the proper state land use designation and county development plan or community plan approvals. Despite that definition, in the statute, there's no consensus right now among the various counties about what methodology should be used to determine authorized plan use and how authorized plan use should be tracked for the purposes of anticipating future water demands. Which means, as of today, there isn't a coordinated effort between the commission and the counties to compile a record of authorized plan uses in Keauhou. There is also no adopted Keauhou water use and development plan, which would include recent development information to calculate water demands. So as a result, we frankly don't know if authorized planned use has reached the 80% threshold that was contemplated by this condition. In terms of pumping, of course, groundwater withdrawals in the Keauhou aquifer system are currently at 14.182 million gallons a day, which is roughly 37% of the sustainable yield. We're actively engaged in discussions about authorized planned use and are considering changes to both the water code and planning documents like the county water use and development plans and our Hawaii water plan framework to better define authorized planned use and actually begin to use this metric. Condition number 7. If alternative water sources or future potable high-level sources in the southern portion of the Keauhou aquifer system area, as defined in the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan for the Keauhou region, fail to materialize, an actual rate of withdrawal based on a 12-month moving average reaches 45% of sustainable yield, the Commission will commence public informational meetings. The 45% figure represents 1/2 of the 90% criteria to be considered in designation proceedings and relates to current well infrastructure that relies on the northern half of the Keauhou aquifer to meet water demands. And this encourages the implementation of the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan. However, since the time that this submittal was presented to the Commission in 2017, the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan has not been formally adopted by the Commission, and it remains a draft document. The Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan is in discussion with Hawaii Department of Water Supply. We plan to finalize the Hawaii Water Plan framework, the updated framework, in November of this year or thereabouts. And Hawaii Department of Water Supply will start their Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan based on the updated framework. So that's the current status of the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan. It's in a bit of a holding pattern right now until we're able to give them more direction on how that plan should be prepared. In terms of the current pumping in the aquifer, pumping hasn't reached 45% yet. 45% equates to 17.1 million gallons a day based on the current sustainable yield. As mentioned, there are 2 wells that aren't currently reporting their pumpage. So right now, we have an average pumpage of 14.182 million gallons a day. If we assume that those 2 non-reporting wells are being pumped for 24 hours a day, that would be 0.036 million gallons a day and 0.058 million gallons a day respectively, totaling a projected water use of 14.276 million gallons a day, which is about 37% of sustainable yield. Condition number 8. Staff will continue to work with and track the status of the U.S. Geological Survey 3D solute transport modeling efforts, and staff will organize a briefing to the Commission when the results are published. So the USGS completed its report entitled Numerical Simulation of Groundwater Withdrawal and Injection in Kalakohonokohau National Historical Park, its Scientific Investigation Report 2021-5004. And the USGS gave a briefing on this report to the Commission at its April 20th, 2021 regular meeting. This is a lot to digest. Additional documentation on the designation proceedings can be found on our website. We have a dedicated page, dlnr.hawaii.gov/cworm/Keauhou. Okay, so that was designation. And yet, efforts to understand the current state of science and of traditional and customary practices in Keauhou continued. On May 15th, 2018, staff briefed the Commission on a proposal to conduct a symposium on groundwater-dependent ecosystems in Keauhou. On November 8th and 9th, the Commission hosted the symposium in partnership with the University of Hawaii Ikewai and Ohana members from the Ahupua'a on which the park is situated to explore the best available science about groundwater-dependent ecosystems in Kona and the park. And this brought together 44 cultural experts and scientists to provide the best information from Native Hawaiian practitioners who live in the area and currently access Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park for traditional and customary practices or possess knowledge of historic uses and conditions of the area, the best inventory of the historic and current biota of the national park's ancholine pools, fish ponds, and other inshore flora and fauna, including their adaptive saltwater tolerances. And the best data on water level changes, salinity fluctuations, and long-term trends, including mean or median oscillations of salinity, basal and high-level submarine groundwater discharge, or SGD, outflows, seasonal tides, and other factors. And a report of the symposium and a summary of the proceedings, along with comments that were submitted by the National Park Service, among others, can also be found on our commission website. If you're accessing the PDF of this submittal, you can click on the link and it'll take you right to the comments. You can also find that through the page that I mentioned that contains all of the various proceedings regarding Keauhou. Okay, so now I'll move on to talk about adaptive management planning and how this fits into the history and the background that I've just finished covering. So, what is adaptive management planning? Our Hawaii Water Plan that we prepare as the commission, Water Resource Protection Plan 2019 update, which is the most recent update to the Water Resource Protection Plan, adopts as guiding policy number 4, apply adaptive management principles in the face of scientific uncertainty. So the use of adaptive management planning to balance demands on groundwater resources is intended to, first of all, comply with this guiding policy under our Water Resource Protection Plan and align the management strategies that we use for ground and surface water. For surface water, we do use adaptive management principles, for example, in setting and amending in-stream flow standards. And so taking this foray into adaptive management for groundwater is kind of the first step towards doing that in the context of groundwater as well. A groundwater adaptive management plan, we'll be calling it the AMP, is a strategic approach that is used to ensure the sustainable use and protection of groundwater resources. But at the same time, it's designed to be flexible enough to adjust to changing conditions and new information based on all of the many critical uses for groundwater, which include groundwater dependent ecosystems and Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices, but also drinking water, irrigation, industrial uses, and so on. The complexities of groundwater systems, which I went over a little bit on April 1st in my briefing, including the variability of these systems over time, make managing these resources a challenge, especially if you're trying to do it without applying adaptive management principles, because the situation and the conditions are always changing. So the core idea behind an adaptive management plan is to treat groundwater management as an evolving process. Instead of following a rigid approach, we recognize that uncertainties exist and they may always exist, such as how groundwater withdrawals may impact coastal and nearshore groundwater discharge, or how changes in climate may impact groundwater recharge. So this adaptive management plan would propose monitoring, data collection, and regular reassessment of management strategies based on those changing conditions. Importantly, it's also a learning process, which can reduce the uncertainties and improve our understanding of the system being managed. It's a cycle, a continued cycle of planning, monitoring, management, learning, and adjustment so that our resource management approach remains effective even as new information emerges. So the AMP framework typically involves several key elements. The first one, and a critical one here, is goal setting and objectives. Defining clear, measurable objectives related to groundwater use and sustainability. And these goals might include providing adequate water supply while preventing over-extraction, preserving groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and ensuring the protection of Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices. And the second key element is modeling. Groundwater conceptual models form the basis of hypotheses that we use to predict the impacts of groundwater withdrawals and management strategies. It's important to articulate the hypothesis and all of the assumptions that go into that hypothesis, such as assumptions about how the various water bodies within the Keauhou aquifer interact with each other. So the monitoring plan, which I'll discuss in a moment, is designed to test those hypotheses and see, if our assumptions are correct or if they need to be adjusted. Future iterations of our adaptive management plan might include numerical groundwater models to simulate and test how groundwater behaves under different scenarios. The third key element, monitoring and data collection, very important. Ongoing monitoring of groundwater characteristics and GDE health indicators are essential for understanding the status of the resource. And that includes collecting data from wells and other hydrological sources, data from GDEs, including key indicator species and coastal water quality, and impacts to Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices that rely on groundwater. The fourth key element is management actions and triggers. So based on our conceptual model objectives and monitoring results, we'll propose a set of management actions. And these could include things like restrictions on pumping rates, water conservation measures, or programs to enhance groundwater recharge, like, for example, watershed restoration. Actions should be designed to be flexible with provisions for adjustment as new information is discovered. So these triggers or thresholds should be established to initiate specific targeted management actions based on the monitoring and other data that we have. The fifth key element is assessment and feedback. So learning and regular evaluation. As I discussed, this is intended to be a cycle. So to better understand whether our hypotheses, as I mentioned, are valid, if the assumptions that we're making are true, and if management actions are achieving the desired outcomes, we need to continually assess and reassess our monitoring data to see if we need to make any necessary adjustments. And if any proposed hypothesis or any of our management actions are found to be ineffective, they're not having the desired result, then that can be modified or replaced. And the sixth element, which is very important, stakeholder involvement. A successful adaptive management planning process often involves a broad range of stakeholders. So really a cross-section of the community in the region. That can include government agencies, developers, local communities, and advocates for the public trust. Involving these groups in the planning and decision-making process helps ensure that the plan reflects diverse interests and promotes cooperation. So this plan is adaptive because it's iterative and evolving. It has to change, and our responses to scenarios have to change as we see changed conditions in the aquifer. So we're proposing to apply this to Keauhou for a number of reasons. It's rich in history and culture. The impact of groundwater development on the health of ecosystems in this region is a longstanding concern. And Keauhou's coast and groundwater resources have been very well studied. There's been substantial scientific study directed to this area, which provides us with a strong foundation, a strong basis for adaptive management, because there's a lot of research that we can design our approach. We've already been collaborating with the National Park Service on an adaptive management plan that is targeted to the Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park, and that's consistent with one of the tasks identified in the Water Resource Protection Plan from 2019, which is to develop a pilot adaptive management plan for protecting groundwater-dependent ecosystems in cooperation with the National Park, U.S. Geological Survey, and University of Hawaii. And that goal is further detailed in Appendix F of the Water Resource Protection Plan. So we intend to expand the study zone that was originally proposed by the Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park to include the entire Keauhou aquifer system area to monitor and manage groundwater resources from a more holistic and regional perspective. And as we do that, we'll continue gathering answers to questions like, what are the traditional and customary Native Hawaiian practices in the region that rely on groundwater? How does science provide a nexus between groundwater withdrawal and impacts to these cultural practices? How are the basal, high level, and deep confined lenses connected? And how will withdrawing from one impact the other? Who will pay for the cost of monitoring, remediation, and restoration? And how will this cost be equitably distributed? And what are reasonable and actionable thresholds for further commission action as it pertains to limiting groundwater withdrawal? So as I've mentioned, multiple wells have been proposed within the Keauhou aquifer. Here I've listed a few more that we know are going to be proposed in the future. So not only Ota well and the QLT mid-level well, which I mentioned earlier, there are also two potential wells for which Department of Hawaiian Homelands has undertaken community outreach. And while not noted here in the submittal, I should also add that by word of mouth, we know that Hawaii Department of Water Supply is also looking to locate another couple of wells in the Keauhou aquifer. So based on all of these new wells that are being planned and proposed for Keauhou, which means increasing demand on the groundwater resources in the area. We feel that responsible management necessitates continual evaluation and reevaluation to answer the above questions. And we're all very excited about this pilot project because I believe and my staff believe that this approach, what we do here in Keauhou, can inform and shape our strategies for other critical areas, including my Aina Aloha Lahaina. So one of the other problems or one of the other solutions that we're proposing with this adaptive management plan is, you know, it's been discussed that there are limitations. There are real limitations to our current approach for managing groundwater, which is sustainable yield. Sustainable yield is defined in our statute as the maximum rate at which water may be withdrawn from a water source without impairing the utility or quality of the water source as determined by the Commission. At present, we use something called the Robust Analytical Model, or RAM. Sometimes RAM2, if we have a deep monitor well in the aquifer, we can do a slightly more advanced version of RAM as the methodology for estimating our sustainable yields across the state. And RAM has some advantages. You know, it's simple, it's expeditious, it requires relatively few data inputs, it's cost effective, and it does account for approximately 50% of recharge to discharge to the coast. But there are limitations on the RAM methodology as well. It assumes that the aquifer is homogeneous, so it doesn't account for the complex aquifer's structure and hydrogeologic features, which particularly in Hawaii, these aquifers can be really complex. And, you know, there are mysteries, which as Commission staff, we are still puzzled by, and which RAM does not embrace or answer. In its original form, so RAM, not RAM2, it assumes that there is a sharp interface between fresh and salt water. So fresh, salty, which is not, you know, the reality. In reality, there's a brackish layer where these two mix with each other. It assumes that withdrawals from the aquifer are equally spaced, which of course is never the case. Wells tend to be grouped, you know, in a certain location where there's known to be water, or where people own land, or where there's easy access. So it doesn't account for those realities. And it doesn't specifically address the groundwater needs of GDEs and Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices. So while it allows, and you know, its formula allows for 50% of recharge approximately to discharge to the coast, it doesn't specifically account for, well, how much of this water actually needs to stay in the aquifer to sustain these practices. Further complicating the issue, there are several distinct aquifer formations within the Keauhou aquifer system area. So there's a coastal basal aquifer, right? The bottom layer. There's a confined high level aquifer. And then there is a even more mysterious coastal deep confined aquifer, which actually underlies the seawater. So if you were to drill down, you would hit salt water, and then all of a sudden it's fresh again. Very interesting, and currently not perfectly understood. So our current sustainable yield estimate is based on a single basal aquifer model. So we're assuming all of this water is just one big body, which we know is not the case. And it doesn't explicitly account, as I've said, for the groundwater discharge needs of groundwater dependent ecosystems. And so we are reevaluating sustainable yields statewide based on updated estimates of future recharge provided by the USGS in Scientific Investigations Report 2023-5130. That updates our recharge estimates, which are then input into the RAM formula, and out pops the new sustainable yield. And part of this reevaluation will be to consider various recharge studies and, importantly, alternative methodologies for estimating sustainable yield, like using numerical models instead of just RAM, or even blending a numerical model with RAM, and revising our aquifer conceptual models as well. So that update to sustainable yield for Keauhou will come after considerable evaluation by staff. We are currently concentrating on updating the sustainable yield for Lahaina, given the recent designation and all of the issues with permitting around Lahaina. So the update for Keauhou and the rest of the state is not anticipated to occur before this first generation of the adaptive management plan is complete. Okay, here's another piece of the puzzle, Kapakai analysis. So this is all consistent with what I've discussed about the protection of ecosystems and Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices, but I would be remiss if I did not mention the Kapakai framework. So this case, Kapakai O'Kaina v. Land Use Commission is I think known to everyone sitting in this room. Especially our esteemed commissioner. So in that case, the Hawaii Supreme Court recognized that the state has an obligation to protect Hawaiian traditional and customary practices to the extent feasible. And the court came out with a three-part framework, and I've recreated that framework below. First of all, what's out there? What are the valued cultural, historical, or natural resources in the area? What is the extent to which traditional customary practices are exercised there? Number two, to what extent are those resources going to be affected or impaired by the proposed action? And number three, what is the feasible action to be taken to reasonably protect Native Hawaiian rights if they are found to exist? So, in addition to that, traditional and customary practices of Native Hawaiians are a protected public trust use under the public trust doctrine as applied to water resources. In addition, maintenance of waters in their natural state is one of the protected public trust uses. Traditional and customary practices are recognized and protected explicitly under our state water code in statute. And so these protections have been well articulated and codified. The impacts of wells, as I've mentioned, are difficult to estimate. So that is one of the reasons for this adaptive management plan, a key reason for this adaptive management plan. If you've got multiple wells in the aquifer, then groundwater dependent ecosystems are going to be impacted by the pumping of all of the wells, not just the newest one. So it makes it difficult to assess what the impact of an individual well is going to be. And further complicating this is the interconnectivity of the various aquifer bodies. So understanding the impact of pumping within one of these aquifers on ancholine ponds or fish ponds requires us to better understand how the various aquifers are related to each other and how they interact. So for us to be able to assess impacts to traditional and customary practices that are attributed to issuing these well and pump permits, and to assess what kind of mitigative strategies we can put in place, we're proposing a more strategic adaptive management approach that can start to answer some of those questions about what is the impact, the cumulative impact of all of the pumping in the aquifer. And that brings me to the outline and framework for our adaptive management plan. So, between now and November 30th of this year, we're going to develop a first generation model and plan for an updatable AMP for groundwater resources in the Keauhou Aquifer System area. And the overarching purpose of this adaptive management plan is to move the topic of impacts on the Keauhou Aquifer System groundwater withdrawals on GDEs and Native Hawaiian traditional customary practices from dialogue to applied actionable science. And as I've mentioned, we hope that this is going to serve as a framework for other places within the state. Specifically for Keauhou, we have a number of goals, which includes perpetuating a sufficient flow of fresh groundwater to GDEs to protect native biota and traditional customary practices of Native Hawaiians, while allowing for other protected public trust uses and reasonable and beneficial uses of water. B, to help directly decide or indirectly inform management decisions regarding requests for future groundwater withdrawals, including special conditions that might be attached to the seaworm pump installation permits, and it will likely also inform county water use and development planning. C, to establish initial monitoring indicators, a monitoring plan, and potential triggers for management actions related to ecological and cultural thresholds, and plans for future monitoring. And D, to set in place a plan that allows for learning and will be continually updated by seaworm into second and third generation plans as we collect additional knowledge. This first generation AMP will build on a number of materials. Here we've listed 3 of the key materials. We have a developing list of literature and other references which are posted on our website. We just launched this week a webpage for the Keoho Adaptive Management Plan, where folks can find our project description, our outline, and that list of literature, as well as links to all of the presentations that have been done regarding this adaptive management plan. So that's the one-stop shop for information about this plan and to provide feedback on the plan components. Back there on the table is actually a QR code linking to the website. It's dlnr.hawaii.gov/cworm/planning/keoho-amp. All right, so the plan is for 4 work groups of 3 or 4 well-regarded experts in various fields to be established with a CWORM point person staffing each of them. Peter Adler, who's sitting behind me, and Stephanie Song, his administrative assistant, are going to facilitate and write up and incorporate each group's findings and recommendations for preparation and incorporation into the plan. So these working groups of experts are being asked to identify and prioritize a list of specific AMP baseline monitoring indicators, articulate the assumptions behind each recommended indicator. So why is this the most important one? What is key? What is the best information that's being provided by this indicator? C, to develop a monitoring plan. D, to identify any specific additional pertinent research that's been conducted since the 2018 symposium, and to suggest a short list of critical future research efforts to improve second and third generations of the AMP. So the 4 expert groups are Native Hawaiian and Ohana traditional and customary practices and Kilo. We're still developing the experts for that group. I want to go and meet with some folks in person to kind of build the requisite relationship to have them participate in this group. We have our folks for hydrology here. Just very briefly, Dr. Don Thomas from University of Hawaii, Heidi Kane from USGS, and Brittany Okuhata, also from USGS. For indicator species, Dr. Celia Smith, Celia Smith from UH Manoa, Diamond Teixeira from the National Science Foundation National Center for Atmospheric Research, Ryan Okano and Troy Sakihara, who are both aquatic biologists here at DLNR with our Division of Aquatic Resources. And for the Contamination and Pollution Group, we have Jennifer Doi from Department of Health, Clean Water Branch, Chris Schuler, who's at University of Hawaii Water Resources Research Center, Bob Whittier, who is a geologist with Department of Health as well. And we actually did receive the name of, subsequent to the preparation of this submittal, we actually have confirmed the name of someone from County of Hawaii Department of Environmental Management who will be assisting with this group as well. And we're proposing to incorporate other data like sea level rise, drought, and rainfall estimations into the adaptive management plan as well. Over all of these expert groups, we have an advisory committee to offer us counsel on the process and the content for development of the adaptive management plan and ensure that we have a strong first generation plan. So those advisors convened for the first time yesterday, actually. The 4 of them who have agreed to serve on this committee are Leah Bremer from UH. She's presented to this commission previously, and in fact, she will present to this commission today. Kaeo Duarte from Kamehameha Schools, Scott Izuka, formerly of the U.S. Geological Survey, and Charles Young, who's the representative for the Hawaii Island for Ahamoku. We also have an outside reviewer, Dr. Scott McCreary of Concur, Inc. He has worked on several adaptive management plans and joint fact-finding on natural resource matters. He worked on the establishment of the Honolua Marine Life District. So he has some experience with both matters on the mainland as well as here in Hawaii. Okay. The 4 phases for the project are listed below. These are flexible phases, but currently we're in phase 1B. So we've completed 1A, which is developing a preliminary outline for discussion with staff and preparing a reasonable set of literature references, as well as a few other administrative tasks. Right now, we've established 3 of the 4 working groups composed of experts. We're conducting outreach meetings to present the plan, and we'll continue to do so, and developing a schedule for public briefings with you all. The expert group meetings are the next phase. They're anticipated to be complete by August 31st. And these include meetings, hybrid or in person, with the various members of the working groups, as well as meetings on Hawaii Island with traditional and customary practitioners, Hawaii Department of Water Supply, Kaloko Honokohau National Historical Park, and others. Phase 3 is going to be anticipated completion by September 30th, and that is continuing consultations with our project advisors, creation of a first draft AMP, and some public briefings to you all. And finally, the last phase will be incorporating the feedback that we receive from our commissioners and from the public into a pre-publication draft of the AMP to be presented for your approval. So barring unexpected delays, we anticipate completion of a first generation adaptive management plan by November 30th. Again, as I've mentioned, one of the key elements here is outreach and education. And so we'll be doing, have been doing, and will continue to do outreach meetings and briefings to key stakeholders, which may include large community meetings where we get everyone together, as well as some more targeted outreach with smaller groups or one-on-one. We'll be presenting successive drafts of this AMP, as I've mentioned, before it comes to the commission for final approval. So the public will also have that opportunity to have a look at the plan and provide input. And finally, the project description and the outline have been attached to the submittal as exhibits 5 and 6. And updated as of July 8th, Keauhou Adaptive Management Plan project description is available on our website. And the final piece of this is an act that was signed into law last month in June. It's Act 189, and it provides funding and direction for this first generation AMP. So we will be using this funding. It's $200,000 for this fiscal year and the next fiscal year each, to kind of stand up this plan, to bring in the necessary resources and perhaps the necessary staff to establish this Keauhou aquifer system. It's called in this bill a monitoring pilot project, but we'll extend it to include some management actions in the future. And it requires the commission to do a number of things, which is to collect data from monitoring wells in the Keauhou aquifer system, which we are already doing, to monitor groundwater levels in the Keauhou aquifer system. Again, we do that. To conduct water salinity tests in the Keauhou aquifer system, monitor the impacts of groundwater pumping on the health of coastal ecosystems and traditional customary practices, initiate public information meetings to report on the data that we collect, conduct community outreach to guide the management of groundwater resources in the Keauhou aquifer system, and integrate new and existing studies and research into a plan for the responsible management of groundwater resources in Keauhou. And it requires us to submit interim reports to the legislature every 6 months with information on groundwater and water salinity. We'll be making those reports public as well, so not just giving them to the legislature. As I mentioned, this act does have an appropriation for us to be used for purposes of this pilot project. And it provides both ongoing funding and a little bit of accountability for us. It gives us goals and objectives to meet as we continue to work on this AMP project. So as the AMP develops, we may recommend further legislation to implement the goals and refine the structure of the project. So all that being said, our staff recommendation is that this commission approve the development of a first generation adaptive management plan for the Keauhou aquifer system area, as I've just described above, and retain authority over the final approval of the plan. So I am available to answer any questions.
Take a breath, take a breath. Larry.
I want to step back a minute and say that our resource protection plan, which is basically what this is, applies across the whole state, whether we're in a designated management area or not. And ultimately, the purpose is to say how much water we're going to allow to be withdrawn from the aquifer. And we can decide that not just on what the science tells us the sustainable yield is, but all these other factors that you people are going to be identifying and providing to us under this management plan. But our regulatory authority right now, because we're in a non-designated area, is the well construction and pump installation permit. And I don't know how those things are decided on. And that if we look at the sustainable yield, and we say that we have about 45% use, we can use the well construction and pump installation permit by saying how big a well are you building? How big a pump are you using? And is that cumulative, if you're gonna exceed the sustainable yield as defined now? I don't know if we're doing that. Yeah, if we don't do that, then since we don't have a water management permit requirement, once they build a well and put in a pump, we have really basically no control about how much water they draw out up to the maximum that they can. So I've always been a proponent of having a designated water management area. And I actually was the one that told Kohona Kohau that they should apply for that, which was turned down, and I don't know why it was turned down. But my point is that all of this activity is going to do, it basically comes down to helping us determine what's really a reasonable, sustainable yield. But as long as we don't have a water permit management requirement, we're sort of stuck. So I don't know, we can have really great information, but we're still limited by the fact that if we continue to allow pump, well construction and pump installation permits, we really don't have control over sustainable yield.
So compliance with the adaptive management plan, we're proposing to attach as a condition for the approval of future pump installation permits in the aquifer. For the current wells, there's not much we can do besides ask nicely because we're not in a designated water management area. But we've discussed with the folks who want to construct new wells in this aquifer that the adaptive management plan is essentially going to be a condition of their pump installation permit.
Why can't we impose that on current permits to construct a well and to install a pump?
Well, those permits have already been approved. So from my perspective, I don't think that we can go back and attach a retroactive condition to the pump permits that have already been approved.
Okay, but
Can I follow up on that? These permits, do they have a point do they have an expiration?
Right.
So-
Yes, they do.
So at the next round, we could make that a condition. Also, if there was a will of the commission and through recommendation of staff, is there a provision within the statute to allow for amendments of these permits?
So, yeah, as you pointed out, the pump permits and the well construction permits are kind of a point in time permit. They're like a building permit. You can construct your well, you can install your pump, and then that terminates essentially our regulatory authority at that point. So that's our chance to attach conditions to the permit. Besides abandonment of a well and things like that, after the well has been constructed and the pump installed, we don't have, any kind of statutory basis to go back in and amend the pump permit.
and we don't have any regulatory authority to limit how much water they take out of those wells.
Well, besides amending the sustainable yield.
So it's my understanding, we do know the pump capacity of all the wells, right, of the area. I didn't see that number in this submittal. Right now, we have pumpage as reported, but we do know total capacity.
We
right?
do.
That would be useful to know and to kind of have as a maximum, probably unlikely maximum, but max to see where it's at. The other opportunity is with pump, what do you call upgrades, right? So they come before us again.
They do.
So pump replacements when they increase. So.
And my view,
One-
Larry.
one-
oh,
one-
go
one
ahead.
other question. We've required some of these applications to put deep monitor wells around them. Okay, so what happens if there's an effect on the deep monitor well when you start pumping? What authority do we have to say, no, you've exceeded?
For the existing wells?
Yeah.
If it was a condition of the well permit, then we would have the authority. But if it's not a condition of the well permit,
So basically, we're saying that we can limit the amount of water you withdraw.
If it's attached as a condition at the time of permitting.
That's why I just think it's nuts. Why don't we just designate the area already and then we can directly affect the permits? I know basically counties are generally against that because it's a state versus county kind of a thing.
So-
But we're way beyond that, you know.
For me, I don't see this adaptive management plan as a substitute for designation. You know, I've mentioned that the other place that we would like to do this, you know, one of the key places is Lahaina, which has been designated already and is going through the water use permitting process. One of the important things that we're trying to answer for Lahaina that is not really answered by our current sustainable yield calculation is how much water is actually necessary to feed these groundwater dependent ecosystems. And that's a question that we would require an answer to whether or not the area itself was designated. So as we go through this adaptive management planning process and come up with a clearer answer to that question, that's information that we can use to determine what the amounts of water use permits should be if the area were to be designated.
By the way, I just want to say that as far as designating management area, my interpretation of the statute has always been that when you hit 90%, you have to. Even though a previous commission that I used to be on, when the Iao aquifer hit over 100, they still wouldn't designate, you know, until they voluntarily returned. 90%, as far as I'm concerned, means you have to. Anything below that, it's up to the commission. If I can convince the other commissioners that we should under 90%, I think that's within the law. Sorry.
No. And I guess Commissioner Miki, I mean, that may be the outcome of this process is a recommendation for designation. But I do see value in what they're proposing. This is a pretty comprehensive process. It is very full engaging.
I don't mean to disparage
Yeah.
of that, and I
Okay,
don't mean
okay.
to say that that's replacing
Yeah.
designation. I'm just saying that we still got a lot of holes.
Oh, yeah, no. So I'm hoping this helps fill some of those pukas, because I think you're right, there are a lot of holes. But I also see this potentially, if this AMPU process helps give us better information to make better decisions, then it would help us in other areas that, where we're looking at designation, where the Waianae, or even existing areas. I mean, we just know there's just not enough water. And how are we going to manage that even in designated areas? So I don't know, to me, this process provides us a lot more relevant information in a very structured way. This is a very ambitious timetable.
Yes, it
I mean,
is.
this is by the end of the year, we're going to get a report.
Mhm.
That
And
is,
a preliminary monitoring plan. So let me talk about that a little bit. So for this first generation plan, we have to concentrate. What are the key indicators? What are the key sentinel sites? We are going to hopefully we'll work on developing actual triggers or thresholds for management actions. The development of those management actions themselves is unlikely to result from this first generation plan. So for this first plan, it's like, what are, 1, 2, 3, perhaps 1 to 3 of the most key important sentinel sites. And that might be based on, where is data already being collected? Where are the traditional customary practices already being documented? And to form a really good monitoring plan based on those sites that we can eventually expand out to a broader region. So we are mindful of the compressed timetable and trying to keep this to a relatively narrow scope. There are broad implications for this kind of adaptive management planning effort, and we would like to broaden it further to a larger area, add more indicators, add more monitoring. But for this first generation plan, we're trying to keep it as simple and as agile as it can be so that we can add more meat to the bones later.
but it will give us important information. I recognize that this is going to be just the first generation, because there are mounting pressures in Kona. I mean, these are the only 2 that completed applications, at least Ottawell and then the QLCC. But every time we have a meeting with Hawaii Island Water Department, there are mounting pressures, interest to do more development. So, I mean, unless we have some kind of good tools in making better decisions, and especially if we've got a lot of coopers, whether there's a sustainable yield. So, okay. Other questions? Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Page 4, section 6, just raises all kinds of concerns for me, given the incompletion or unfinalized aspects of the county work. How do we resolve that? You know, while I'm in favor of supporting the development of this proposal, I'm concerned that the continuing inability to finalize reports, plans, and rules in a timely manner places investors, resources, agencies' functionality and credibility, and the policies, and the public's confidence at risk. How may this proposed AMP process be conducted in a way that demonstrates improvement on past practices when the Keauhou Aquifer Use Development Plan does not include, to quote, recent development information for which water demands can be calculated, and there is apparently no, quote, consensus about what methodology should be used to determine authorized planned uses. And the AMP is dependent on them for implementation, including and especially enforcement. We run the risk of dishonoring the public's trust, not the uppercase trust of the doctrine or the uppercase trust of public resources, but the intangible and powerful thing that is public trust. You know, trust like aloha is kekahi, kekahi. And I would hope and pray and want to be a part of this proposal, advancing that. But help me understand how we resolve the incomplete supporting tools with this.
Right. So there's a lot of information that should be in the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan that is not going to be embraced by this plan, the current AMP. Because it is a separate planning document and it's prepared by the county, and therefore, you know, it will have information about land use and their intention to develop new sources. We have talked with the county about including some information about new source development in particular, because it is pertinent to this adaptive management plan. For the other things that you would see in a water use and development plan, that's going to have to be in the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan prepared by the county itself. And so that is not going to be complete until after this first generation plan is PO.
Yeah, no, please go ahead.
Will this process nudge the county to more timely action?
I was looking for the county on the screen.
I think this will, I mean, you can ask the county, but I think it will. I mean, as we start to look at especially management actions, I think the county is going to have to drill down into what their plans are for their development, and particularly how water conservation and other things like that might be incorporated into their plans. So while this is not intended to directly inform or be informed by the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan, I think it is going to be relied on, and it is in reality going to inform that plan.
Yeah, no, please go ahead.
As we continue to talk about a holistic and adaptive and agile approach, and all the incorporating that we're doing with regard to ecology, there's the political ecology too. And I want to see this process help me understand how those things can be resolved and work together in a cohesive fashion. May I make a
please,
comment
please.
off of this, just with regard to Sentinel sites? although I testified in favor of designation, I always felt that as prepared, the focus on Koloko and Honokohauan is as deeply held as it is to my heart. And there are a number of people in the audience whose Makua also and Kupuna also sat on the commission, as did mine. The failure to include those sites outside of Koloko and Honokohau, like Keahuolu, the Queen Liliuokalani Trust lands, New Malu in Kailua, there's an important basil spring there. At Kalaio Kamoa, there's a rich concentration of historic sites. At Kahalu'u, there's Kuemanu, Heiau, and Po'ohawaii also. I would hope that we would look at, and all of those have important basil and ankyline Waiopai resources. I would hope that we would look not only at the biological quality of the Wai associated with those places, but things like temperature. If we're there to do ceremony, it's more than the best scientific criteria. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any other comments before I open it up to the public?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I think what's lacking for me, and was addressed in earlier commissioner comments, was how this fits within the existing landscape of what is already our kuleana. I mean, you touched on it, but I think a more explicit understanding of how information flows, and not just out of the AMP, but like, and I didn't know about the online listing and I couldn't find the link that works, but like, there's a ton of tests. I mean, there's years and years and years and years of testimony. And like how that's sort of flowing into this as well. I mean, because as a scientist and academic, I know like actually academics are at the back end of knowledge production. It takes a while to get a paper into production, and then that's evaluated by people who are not from Hawaii. So there's this sort of filtering of information. I know you've identified, or you are identifying your expert group. And I know it's always hard to know, like you want to engage people early, but then engaging them early when they're like, what am I engaging in, is like a chicken and egg thing. But like, how are we moving flows of information into the AMP and then out? Like, okay, how is this fitting within Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan that we've been waiting forever on? What about the Water Resource Protection Plan? Okay, sustainable yield. And so even just like mapping, I think that will help not only commissioners, but the public see that there's, you know, I can't remember the bicycle analogy back a couple months ago, but like how those parts are fitting. And so, like if that can be better articulated in this process, I think that's important to supporting Commissioner Springer's conversation about trust and sort of proving that we know what we're doing and there's a reason for it. I mean, we may know, you may know, but it needs to be like, you know, visible to others. And so just having watched Red Hill, it takes time, right? And then, so I think my main point is like understanding how this maps into water use development plan, sustainable yield updates, water resource protection plan, that it's not displacing those, because a lot of staff energy will be spent, or some staff energy will be spent on this, and it's maybe take them away from those other things that are existing kuleana. But if it's working with it and synergizing, I think that's helpful, because what I'm gathering from this is the point is to fill in an information gap on how we understand sustainable yield that is different from RAM and RAM 2.
Yes.
And I'm like looking back at RAM 2 and I'm like, well, even Clark Liu says we are not addressing the dike impounded water, which is actually a huge part of the conversation of where we're at. So I think articulating, and maybe I can help with that, like this is to augment our understanding of what sustainable yield is in these more complex settings. It will inform And that update will inform, like just even flow charting.
Yes.
I'm thinking a flow chart would help us understand what information gets passed from this document to this document to this document. Because it's complicated for us. I cannot imagine what it's like to drop into a meeting like right now and understand what what are these commissioners talking about.
Mhm.
So I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
That was my main concern, was like, one, how does it fit within our existing planning processes and enforcement processes, and timelining that a little bit better. And then also, the absence of, or maybe the current absence of how we're approaching sort of the community held knowledge. It's just, I don't think it's as well addressed in this as it could and should be, given, that's really where things get complicated for decision making. And I like to be able to see sort of progress on that before November, like as we go along. That way, if there's ways, maybe the public can weigh in, or as commissioners, we can weigh in. There's time to do that before it becomes like, here's this document, please approve or disapprove.
Yes.
So I know Peter Adler's here taking notes. I'm a little bit questioning. I know you had a long list of stakeholders, and I'm trying to understand how that squares up with the 4 phases on page, sorry, where are we? I dog-eared pages and I forgot to.
Oh, yes. I think you might be talking about
13.
13, yep, and 14.
So 14. And so there's phases and key activities, and we're already at, like today, having this outline attached. Anticipate, but phase 1B feels like it actually should be before phase 1A a little bit, right? And that's anticipated completion by Friday. So like, how's that sort of work out? Like, when are we going to see that again?
Yes, so we have started community engagement under 1B. It's also contemplated under phase 2. So as we're starting to get our outline together, further develop the project description and particularly the indicators and monitoring sites, to have meetings on Hawaii Island with, there's a list of the different stakeholders who we intend to meet with, but also like a larger opportunity, a larger community meeting and an opportunity to weigh in as well, which we contemplate around the month of August. As far as this list of folks, we've met with quite a few of them already in a more targeted format, like a one-on-one meeting or a group meeting. But there hasn't yet been an opportunity for a larger, like, public meeting where we get everyone together, like in a big room and go through our plan. So that part of the process is going to come in the next, few weeks in the next phase.
Okay, I'm a little bit concerned about that. This is overly ambitious, given we don't have our cultural expert working group together. And I think without a clear, I know this for myself, if I don't have a clear plan, it doesn't actually happen in timely fashion. So part of what I'm wondering is, do you need more time for that phase 2, given we don't have one expert working group worked out, right? And August is soon upon us. The other question I have is with section 5, where you have outreach to stakeholders and community. And just because somebody in the room is going to ask, I guess in terms of like biological indicators, I wonder what Stanford Car Development and Kona-Kohala Chamber of Commerce have to contribute, or maybe there were people who reached out to the commission, but I guess I'm just kind of not sure. How does that fit with phases 1 through 4?
So we're not going to be getting information on cultural or biological indicators from developers,
Okay.
most likely. They are part of the stakeholder community or interested organizations. So that's the purpose for briefing them.
Okay.
Because there's considerable interest in this plan, what it means for people in the community, what it means for development interests, as well as for, the other community interests.
So that might map to phase 3? Is that what you're saying? So I think what I'm having trouble is like, here's a list of people, here's a list of steps. And like, at what phase, who gets prioritized in these conversations in the development of the plan?
Mhm.
Because to me, like those people you meet with first are really going to have an important role in shaping the trajectory of the plan. So it's important to align those meetings with the priorities of the role of the commission, right? And the objectives of adaptive management, which is like, what are the values we are managing for? Is it, if it was a park, it would be Opai Ula, it would be, Ama, it would be certain species. And I think a better articulated workflow would be helpful, so. But I don't know if that's you or if that's
Okay.
Peter Adler here, because I think it's just, what I'm reflecting back is not being a Debbie Downer, and like, it's confusing to me. So
Okay.
maybe clarifying, how these pieces all assemble.
Yeah,
In
so-
time and sequencing, yeah.
Mhm. So the early meetings we've had, and Ahamuku is the one scheduled for July 21st. That's going to be an important meeting, which is, bleeding over. These phases are contemplated to be flexible. So phase 1B is going to be bleeding over at least to July 21st when we meet with those folks. So that is part of the outreach meetings to kind of present the plan as well. As far as the next phase, I mean, that's more when we are getting, when we're finalizing more of the details that are going into the plan, when we finalized more of the structure of the plan to start to meet with people like Konokohala Chamber of Commerce. But I'll take your feedback about better defining the flow of this, of the phases, and, perhaps making that explicit and listing the people who we intend to meet with under each of the phases.
Yeah, and maybe it's just like a pool or a class. You have it listed here, but just so people may see themselves or understand where they fit in the workflow. And, if there needs to be adjustments to that, that can be, addressed earlier rather than later.
I know Peter's here because I'm kind of a process person too, and I think Peter's a process person. And did you want to add anything to
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just add,
introduce yourself, Peter? We all know you, but just.
I'm Peter Adler, and I'm a consultant to HERA and to the CWORM staff that's developing this plan. And my job is to help them stand it up. I actually started work officially on June 1. So we already can see that there's a lot that's been, we were working towards it beforehand. I think you have to take these phases as a non-linear. They're not quite perfectly sequential, as happens in many planning processes. You have to do different things in different times. Now, it might be helpful if we can put a Gantt chart together, something like that. At least for jumping off from where we are today, but we're in a compressed time frame and limited resources. And it is very first generation, so it's not going to be able to do everything that we would love it to do over a couple of years. But I think, we have stakeholder engagement, we have a lot of literature gathering and analysis. The expert groups are standing up. So there's a lot of pieces happening simultaneously. They're not in the sequence that I think Aurora you're raising, which is fair game.
Gantt chart would be great.
Yeah, maybe we can do that.
Or
We can
figure
try
or
and
something.
develop that. It may be not perfect lines though.
Yeah.
Yep, that's okay. But that, and maybe regular updates at our meetings, even if it's just a written update, that might be really helpful for us and the public.
And then I'm already contemplating
Okay.
working with Kira to be at all meetings to help and be ready to report on the plan as it moves up.
because the way that I guess I kind of envision this, you have this advisory committee sort of overarching, and embedded in that, you have these expert committees, which are again, a specific, they meet separately, they have their own, they're gonna provide input and all of that sort of, and then you have this, then it gets synthesized by this advisory committee. But there's constant public engagement throughout the process where you're, doing checks and, getting feedback, getting more information. That it is, I guess, as Carrie, you're saying, a very iterative process. It's very evolving, and, because you know how we always talk about here in Hawaii, it's not who gets invited, it's who doesn't get invited. They get kind of, they get kind of, yeah. So I mean, the more opportunities, I like the whole notion of the website, but participation in something in this process is really critical. And I recognize that there are just mounting tensions. So we have a really ambitious time schedule, but I am optimistic that you guys are gonna at least, I mean, doing nothing to me is not an option. I mean, status quo, we just can't do anything because we've got just, in the absence of having good information, we're gonna get these applicants coming in for a permit. And what conditions do we apply? So my feeling is we need to start someplace. We got to move forward with the best information that we've got. We got to, this process seems to have, been very well thought out, comprehensive. I like visuals, maybe a flow chart or a Gantt chart that would be really helpful so that.
It is messy.
I
I'll be the first to admit,
understand.
this is not a simple, easy, cause effect, do this. It's just not. And I fear that's the nature of water and going through the hydrogeology that we have.
You're right.
It's just hard. If I can add one more
Yes,
thing, Chair.
please.
I really, Stephanie, my assistant, and myself really want to help stand this up. It's CWIRM's responsibility, staff, and then to you as commissioners. But I feel like a border collie, like I'm trying to, let's get all these pieces going here. Let's get, come back here.
Yep.
And it feels a little bit like that,
Okay.
but substantively too, not just procedurally, but because the substance is very complex. And I'll be the first to own up to it. And
There's so much we don't know.
Yeah.
And so, yes.
But there's a lot
Oh,
that
no,
we do know.
Sure,
Yes.
No, that's very
And I
fair. That's
think-
very fair.
If you are Border Collie convening, I just, even academically speaking, it is a challenging project, but I don't think that's a reason to stall.
yeah,
I think you take the key, I do like the iterative, you take the key ideas, you get something started, you're gonna fail, but you're gonna know exactly where you're failing, and then you can
Yeah.
fix it. But hopefully that cycling is sort of
Yeah.
faster learning process without with minimizing harm. So
Right.
I do want to say, I don't want to fixate on figures and documents. The reason why they're useful is just for getting everybody on the same page. So not worrying about a perfect plan, but like using that document to make sure we're, okay, we know what we're talking about, or if I have a problem with this, I know how to talk about where that problem is. So I don't want to get fixated on making perfect hydrogeologic models or perfect plans, but it is useful, just creating tools for the conversation.
Yeah, just quickly on page,
Do as you wish.
I'll be close by.
Okay.
on page 13, where there's a list of other data such as projected sea level rise, drought, rainfall.
Yes.
That might be a good place to include fire danger, especially as we look at the Mauka portion of the Keauhou region. It's been subject to massive fire in 2010. And what's the status of the federal funding? Is that stable?
The federal funding is stable. We will have it, I got a little bit of bad news in that the anticipated end date for the federal funding we had thought would be September. Actually, it was August 30th. And so we're gonna have a little bit less federal funding than we had anticipated initially. We still have funding. I mean, it's one of the reasons to kind of get as much done as we can, as early as we can, so that we can take advantage of that funding. After that funding resource is PO, then we're gonna have to go to our state funding that we got for this fiscal year. So the 200,000.
Is that per year?
Yes. Yes,
For 2 years.
yes, for 2 years.
And the federal funding is PO in
August.
of this year.
We may get another tranche of it, but I'm not counting on it.
Thanks. I share your disappointment.
Thank you.
But we were, I mean, the 200,000 was not something that we had initiated, because this was not initiated by us. This was by the legislators. So that's, so again, I think it's a real priority for everybody, and people, and the ledge is willing to invest money in this, so I think we're gonna do the best we can with what we've got, and and if we have to go back for more legislation to support this, I think we'll be in a better position that we've actually started something and get their commitment to proceed forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, before commissioners?
Sorry, I have
Before-
one more.
Yes, go ahead.
Since you started talking about fire, I
Yes.
have been thinking a lot about scope creep. And and just it, being cognizant of that, but then now also think about funding. If there's a way to triangulate and maximize the use of funding for things that need to get done anyways, I don't, like trying to help kick the Keoho Water Use and Development Plan, like if there's a way to sort of capture, use those funds to make sure if we are gonna have the scope go a little bit beyond, like have it go to things we need to get done anyways. I don't know if I should say that in public, if it's legal or what, but I'm just, the reality of sort of shifting timelines, funding and always being late on, not always being late, I mean, yeah, just being like behind on a lot of things without enough people to do all the work. If there's ways we can maximize the use of those funds to get the work done. I think fire feels like some of this last note about sea level rise, drought and rainfall estimates. I mean, that's like, to me, that's a Keoho Water Use and Development Plan or Water Resource Protection Plan kind of issue. I mean, it's relevant, but I think incorporating it into its analysis is not, I don't know what you think, but I just feel like it's not the highest and best use of time. So just my
Good.
2 cents.
I,
Some of this stuff can blow up. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Sea level rise is gonna be, potentially probative to things like, when we talk about ankling pools and
Totally.
things like that. So, but I do appreciate the feedback and, we need to keep it to the essentials.
yeah, and prioritize really. Yeah. Okay, that's my last 20 cents.
Yes.
I'll see you and raise you too.
Okay.
But inside the document, there can also be an articulation of who's not being invited, what areas are not being discussed, although they are germane. They're better taken up
Right.
under other authorities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What we put in EIS is considered but not, what's that term? Anyways, I get what you say. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of issues that we may not be able to address, but at least recognizing them and
Yes.
acknowledging them. I think a lot of people in the community in particular would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions for staff? Because we're going to take a break and then we're going to come back and I will take public comments. Okay? So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone. We are back from recess. We concluded staff presentation, commissioners ask questions. I'm now going to open it to the public first in the boardroom, and then I will take people on Zoom. So the first person I have that signed up is Kaliko Chun with DHHL. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Chair, I was actually not intending to
Oh,
testify,
okay.
but on behalf of DHHL, we're certainly supportive of this plan and work to be undertaken for our beneficiaries in Kona now and to come. And on a personal note, I testified in 2013 on very heavy support of management plan for this aquifer.
Okay.
And it was urgent at that time,
Mm.
13 years ago. And I'm very glad to see the basis is still Kaloko Honokohau National Park. I also am in support of the sites that Hannah mentioned, such as Niumala, which is right in Kailua, and Po'o Hawaii, which is on the site in Kahaluu, Kona, on the site of the former Keauhou Beach Hotel. Certainly within access to anyone if you have access to the property. So these sites are important and should be eventually included in all of this research that's to be done. I certainly agree with Dr. Miike with the demand and the stress upon this area. Why aren't we going ahead and requiring permits for wells? So I'm curious to know if the hotels Hualalai and Kona Village Hotel, did they build wells for their water or are they accessing county? Does anyone happen to know who was either on the board before or not? Do you know, Dr. Miike? I just thought I would pop the question and it might be useful to find out if, because you might have wells that certainly don't know about.
They're on private property.
But I mean, wouldn't they need to? I realize that having no pit managed area that there's no permit, but at least is that,
Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
We'll take the comment down and find out.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so, and I apologize, we are going to try to keep to the 2-minute, but if there are questions by staff, by commissioners, we'll lengthen that time. So next I have, you wish to testify? Ashley Aubrey, do you wish to testify? So it's going to.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I
Okay,
guess, you know what, Jonathan can go before me since.
May I go
he's-
first,
yeah.
Chair?
yes, please go ahead.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
For the record, my name is Dr. Jonathan Lekike Scheuer. I am here today just on my own behalf. I want to start by thanking Dr. Miike because the proposal, both the initial proposal that was briefed by you and then the proposal that was before you this morning, that was gone over in great detail by your deputy director, were actually quite confusing to me. And I was trying to figure out why I was having such a hard time with understanding what was being proposed. And what Dr. Miike clarified for me and really my first of my 2 main points, is that if this was a proposal to update the Water Resources Protection Plan section on Keauhou to better refine the sustainable yield, to acknowledge that there's 3 distinct but interrelated water sources, a basal system, a high-level system, and a deep confined system, set either sustainable yields or pathways to determining sustainable yields for each of those, and then making that the basis of an updated water use and development plan for Keauhou, and then permit wells based on that. Most of what is in the proposal before you, I would fully endorse. I think getting information on biological resources, cultural practices, talking to experts and stakeholders, that would be really good. But what's proposed, as far as I can tell, is, I mean, I think fair summary is sort of drill, baby, drill. We're going to allow a whole bunch of wells to go in, and we're going to monitor stuff and figure out what happens. And so that, I think, flies in the face of your constitutional and statutory duties, and I can't support. To the degree that it was said in the proposal that this will help you comply with, it repeats the errors that Kamehameha Schools and the Land Use Commission committed in that case, which was, oh, we'll protect stuff as we go along, rather than first determining what the resources are out there, what actions need to be taken to protect it, before permitting things. So I think that's literally what you're proposing to do, repeats the errors of Akaioka Aina rather than actually addresses the court's guidance. So the first point is that it's an unclear proposal. You should defer it. And I would want to see, when it comes back to you, a clarification of, are you actually just trying to permit wells in all three areas, distinct parts of the aquifer, and then figure out what's going on? Or is this actually an update to the Water Resources Protection Plan sustainability? The second point, and this is really reflective of what I believe is going on here, is that for at least 17 years, this commission has done everything it can to avoid designating this aquifer. And the history in your submittal was really highly selective. And so I'm going to go over in a little bit of detail some of that history.
Because I'm going to ask you to summarize because your time is up.
So, and I'm going to say that we had a written submittal and we heard it all in person. And I've been involved in this for well over a decade. And I'm going to ask for your discretion or ask one of the commissioners to allow me to finish my testimony in order to give the full amount of testimony. I'm going to be as respectful of your time as I can.
How much more time do you need?
Why don't you check in with me in 5 minutes?
That's going to be a little too long. I've got other people. So if you can just kind of summarize or highlight, but please go ahead.
I find it very disrespectful for deliberative processes to keep the public to 2 minutes on such an important issue. The origins of your dilemmas with the Keauhou Aquifer started 18 years ago. May 30th, 2007, Superintendent Jerry Bell and National Park Service staff met with then Deputy Director Ken Kawahara and then Groundwater Management staff head Roy Hardy and said, hey, we're really concerned about the impacts to groundwater dependent ecosystems at Kaloko Honokohau. We're really interested in this idea of designation. They said, oh, no, you don't want to do designation. You should get everybody together and talk story about it first. So the Park Service set up a groundwater working group. It met 4 times. At the 4th meeting of the groundwater working group, consultants, including Peter Young, showed up and said, oh, you know what, we don't need the groundwater working group that you guys are arranging anymore because we're setting up the Kona Water Roundtable. The difference between the Kona Groundwater Working Group, which was convened by the National Park Service, was that they had an open agenda, an open process for getting information, and a focus on trying to determine the best scientific information. The Kona Water Roundtable was a developer-controlled agenda, which lasted from 2008 through about 2015, which was mostly focused on showing that there's no harm whatsoever in the aquifer. Things accelerated in 2013, in August of 2013, when Stanford Carr proposed his second environmental impact statement for Kaloko Makai, directly south of Kaloko Honokohau National Park. One of the 4 water alternatives was if they couldn't find fresh water to develop desalination wells and pump up to 13 million gallons a day directly south of the park, desalinate it, inject the brine, and provide that for that development. That's ultimately one of the things that led the National Park Service to petition in September of 2013. This body was supposed to have up 60 days or as such time as may be necessary to consider the petition. This body dragged that process out for 3.5 years. Among the highlights of that process included in 2014, the issuance of a finding of fact riddled with errors, factual, scientific, and other errors, which the National Park Service asked you to rescind, has never been rescinded, and remains on your website without any clarification about its accuracy. In December of 2014, you also issued a preliminary order. And this is important and very germane to what you're considering today. You issued a preliminary order asking for three things: an updated water use and development plan from the county, a report from the National Park Service on how much water they believed was necessary to sustain the ecosystems there, and a report on traditional and customary practices. I was one of the two authors on the latter report. Despite the fact that we presented these reports to you in May of 2015, they've never been referenced by any of your subsequent things, up to and through the Ottawa submittal that you considered this year, and up to, despite my actually mentioning it in repeated interviews and discussions about this adaptive management plan in your proposed adaptive management plan. And if you read those two reports, you would see, among other things, uncontroverted statements from the record, including, I'm going to read something from Herb Kai, who grew up in the area. I was fortunate that my fisherman cousin, this is testimony given to the Water Commission, that my fisherman cousin Connie had two marine plywood outrigger canoes, one kept at the fisherman's net shed at Waiaka, end of Oneo Bay in Kailua, and the other at Keawaiki Landing in Kahaluu. Why? Because these two canoe storage and launch sites were across the Kahakai Alaloa from the Ohana residences, or where the flowing freshwater springs, brackish water pools, and Opaiula were, not to mention the Vana lobsters and octopi. At Kahaluu, Kane would hand carry water from one of the springs on the beach side of Keawaiki Canoe Landing and pour that into the cistern Grandpa built to supplement the rainwater Kane used. These flowing freshwater springs, brackish water pools, and Opaiula are gone, or at least not easy to find. They've been slowly diminishing ever since the Kahaluu well was drilled in 1975. About 1980, the Opaiula and brackish water dried up. Also on the property was the brackish au Waikui pond that the fishermen and we would use. There is no migration of groundwater into the sand pit today. Now, why is the fact that we did these reports and presented them to you and they're never referenced again relevant? Because I believe what you guys are proposing to allow drilling to go forward and study it is dependent on the assumption that there's been no reasonable allegation of harm to the system under the current pumping regime. But there has. Repeatedly, you possess this in your own records, which gives you a duty under Kauai Springs and other parts of the public trust doctrine as allied by this courts to not defer action and figure out what's going on, but to take action to protect groundwater-dependent ecosystems and traditional and customary practices associated with it. In case you need a reminder of what the Hawaii Supreme Court has said regarding the precautionary principle in Waiahole, they said, and this they were quoting, by the way, the Water Commission in its decision and order, quote, where scientific evidence is preliminary and not yet conclusive regarding the management of freshwater resources, which are part of the public trust, it is prudent to adopt, quote, precautionary principles, end quote, in protecting the resources. That is, where present or potential threats of serious damage, where there are present or potential threats of serious damage, lack of full scientific uncertainty should not be a basis for postponing effective measures to prevent environmental degradation. In addition, where uncertainty exists, a trustee's duty is to protect the resource mitigates in favor of choosing presumptions that also protect the resource. The opposite of what you're doing
I would
here.
like to hear the end of this. I think it's important for us to understand some of the history that precedes. So, thank you.
You should also know within your records, the conditions alternate to designation were actually written by a developer's consultant, Peter Young. There was evidence when those were presented to the National Park Service that the creator of the document was Peter Young, not actually the Water Commission staff. On December 28th of 2016, the National Park Service wrote a letter to then Chair Pace asking why the Water Commission was deferring its decision on how to protect public trust resources to a private consultant. That letter was never adequately enacted or responded to.
Can I just say something? Well, first of all, for you back there, I was on the commission 2004 to 2012, and all those activities that happened after that I was not on the commission, but I was trying to help Kaluka do that. The other thing is that in the original Waihoʻoli decision, we said that protection of the resource was a categorical imperative, and the Supreme Court said no, to my surprise. They said there are no absolute imperatives. So and then they say, well, it's up to us to decide what we're going to do. But then every time we've done something, they've second guessed us and said, you're wrong. But it still stands that it is not a categorical imperative that you've got to protect a resource nor any particular public trust purpose. And I don't know how we ever do those balancing acts, but as I said, every time we've tried, we've been told we didn't do it right. But the bottom line is that there are no absolute purposes which we must protect. It's how we deal with that. And I'm curious to see whether we'll ever be able to do it right.
So I will summarize my comments. You now have in front of you this proposal, and other than the major fault of it, that it's not actually trying to amend the correct document, I do have some certain concerns with some of the people who are involved. I'm going to particularly highlight the inclusion of Dr. Thomas as a expert in this. If you look on YouTube for a meeting of the Sustainable Energy Hawaii Pauhana, where Dr. Thomas was asked to talk to this Hawaii Island group about groundwater in West Hawaii, former state representative Jerry Chang asked Dr. Thomas what he thought about this. He said, the lack of water in Kona is injuring a lot of developments that would otherwise be going forward. Does your study overshadow their thoughts? Thomas says, as long as we're among friends, I'll be blunt. I think the national park's claims are fairy stories, and I think I've told them that. He then later goes on to say, I've told them multiple times and they refuse to hear it. It's in my best professional opinion that withdrawal of water from the deep aquifer has no impact on the ancholine pools. And I'll be brutally honest that, I think the Park Service just wants to take control of the groundwater access to the aquifer in Kona so they can control any further development here. So the inclusion of experts who are knowingly hostile to all the issues that supposedly are supposed to be considered here, I find deeply problematic. Given the chair's concerns with time, I will stop here.
Thank you. Ashley. Mahalo. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners, Ashley Obrey here on behalf of Hui Ola Kawai. Also with me is Loke Alua, who's going to also speak, but just wanted to introduce Loke as part of the Hui as well. Just starting off to say, I definitely agree with Dr. Miike in terms of designation being the ideal scenario for this place. And, the AMP, I think, is a proactive measure that the Water Commission can take to carry out its duty to protect water in this area. But we do see a lot of the same issues that Dr. Scheuer mentioned and others that we identified in the written testimony. We did have meetings with Deputy Director Kahahane and Mr. Adler. For me, when it was just me and the two of them, I was able to give high-level comments. At the time, it was this rough outline, pretty much what you saw back in April. Harder to comment on the big picture when you don't have all the details. And so I thought it was important that they meet with the actual practitioners, which occurred yesterday. So we were able to get a little bit of that dialogue in before today's meeting. But ultimately, I guess our ask is for deferral of this decision today. And, I say with aloha that I hoped and expected that the proposal that would come before you would have more meat on its bones by this point, just so that you folks understand what it is that you're agreeing to push forward and to spend money on. And to me, it's not a whole lot different from a few months ago, other than now we've identified the advisory group and we have these expert groups, most of them, not the cultural one, which of course is extremely important to this Hui. And I don't want to in the interest of time, we put together this testimony with like over 20 questions of things that I think are really relevant to the discussion. And, the big part really acknowledging the current impacts that Dr. Scheuer also discussed, that there are existing impacts from existing withdrawals. That's an important baseline that needs to be considered when we're thinking about cumulative impacts, the need for mitigation and not just monitoring. This shouldn't just be forward-looking. I mean, yes, forward-looking is important, but we're also talking about like where we are at, what our status quo is based on, and why we are doing what we're doing in the first place. There's a bunch of questions about the monitoring needs and triggers, which are, critical to making the AMP function. We need these management actions. Otherwise, what's the point of this document? And I think it's your Kuleana, based on all the trust duties that were previously discussed, to make sure you have these answers. You should demand these answers as in terms of taking the initiative and planning. We're spending money on this. You should make sure that this money is well spent and that this is directed and going in a direction that makes the most sense for the law and for what we're trying to accomplish here. I think if you don't give good direction today, it could give you a false sense, this plan could give you a false sense of security that we have this plan in place. So, but in reality, all we're doing is checking a box and green lighting more development. And there's this plan here that isn't addressing all the things that we think it needs to. And I think as Chair, sorry, I have like random notes from earlier today, but I think as Chair Chang mentioned, there is this mounting pressure to develop. So if we have this plan in place that isn't really going to satisfy the needs of what I think the whole point of this is, that's a concern. And it feels to me like there's this willingness to settle for kind of good enough, trying to get as much as we can get out before November. But I don't think good enough should be the goal, right? This first iteration should be comprehensive enough to serve its purpose, guide management actions for the foreseeable future, especially as the leadership here changes, this commission changes, new people are in place. And I think it should touch the deep confined aquifer, because I think that's what spurred a lot of this discussion in the first place. One of the things I was thinking about, it's a whole different statute, but when we think about like environmental review, you don't do a supplemental environmental impact statement before the original EIS. You want the comprehensive thing first, and then any updates, that's fine. You have minimal updates as things change, as you learn, as you get more information. But I don't see why we would start out with the half version. It should be the best version going forward. So even if this goes on beyond November, which I think it should, because I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. I think that should be the goal. And I think that's what you should be voting on. So yeah, so the ask, I guess, is to defer it until all these questions are answered and you feel satisfied that this plan is going to be the best version of the AMP that we can have, in light of the fact that we have not been designated, and this is going to serve as a substitute until such time as this commission deems it's time to designate. So,
Can I
yes.
ask a question? So when you said we need to touch on the deep confined, what do you mean by that?
I heard multiple times, both in our meeting yesterday and today, that there was no plans to even really tap into the information about that at this point, that doesn't seem like the priority for this iteration of the plan.
Okay.
And I guess just my concern is, I think it all should be a part of this first iteration of the plan.
So like what aspect, I'm just saying this because you talk to hydrogeologists, the conversation can go broad. So what aspect for you do you think is important to understand and address and include? Just so I understand.
Yeah, and maybe look at can, but I will say, I just think, the big picture for me is really just like having the full picture as much as we can. If the goal is to eventually include information, whatever that may be, it should be part of this first plan. And but look, it has a lot of information to share, so I would love to allow that.
Commissioner Springer, did
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to ask anything?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to offer mahalo for your testimony, and particularly looking at page 4 and the things that you highlight there, the questions that must be answered. I wonder if Deputy Kauhane has had a chance to look at those questions, or Peter Adler, and if those questions might be taken up by the developed plan, and just when I look at our work today, it's to approve the development of the plan. And so I would anticipate that these questions may be taken up then, but I ask that of the deputy.
All right. Let me make sure my camera's on. Yes. So I had a chance to look through these questions. They are very good questions. I can go through each one of them, or I can just say many of these are going to be answered by this adaptive management plan. Things like how much water needs to remain in the aquifer to sustain groundwater dependent ecosystems. You know, some of them are outside the scope of the water management plan or the adaptive management plan right now, such as what are water conservation measures being investigated to reduce groundwater withdrawal? That is very likely going to be one of the management actions that we suggest, but we are probably not going to get to it in this first generation plan. The strategic diversification of current water use to reduce the disparities in groundwater withdrawals from above Kaloko Honokohau versus the rest of the region. It is something that this adaptive management plan is going to aim to address. You know, in that this adaptive management plan is going to take up questions like where does pumping have the most impact on groundwater dependent ecosystems? What are the best places for wells to be sited to not have an impact? So, you know, there's a mix of different things. I could go through each one if you have the time.
I don't necessarily want to take the time, but would like the record to reflect that the submittal was made and the answer of the deputy for now. Thank you.
And I would say, Ashley, I do appreciate being very constructive in providing us, specific questions. I think that is, I find that is the process of these public meetings. I also am anticipating that that's a process of, I guess, Deputy talked about this is an iterative process, that as we get more information, but I understand it, and we'll hear from Loke too, but it is really helpful to understand what you feel is missing and to ensure that those things are addressed. So I am optimistic that Kira and her staff, as well as Peter, is part of this process. And I hope you continue to be engaged in this process should the action be to move forward, but we're not there yet. But I do appreciate that you were constructive in actually coming to us with some specific questions. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I look at this as a plan. It's not a constraint on what we can do. So to me, it's an overall guide, and that if we try to include everything that people wanted, we're never going to go anywhere. But when it comes time to do some actions and we're using this, then we're open to whatever else. At least that's what I'm going to do.
I do want to acknowledge, I think it is important that these are questions you raise. Some of them we may not be able to address, but I think it is important to understand what it is that you feel is missing. So thank you. So Loke, did you?
Can I go back to your question? Currently, there is the Lili'okalani well they want to develop, and they want to pump from the deep confined aquifer. University of the Nations has 2 proposed wells whose amount of withdrawal is undefined, though they have recently signed a water agreement with the Department of Water Supply. The FEIS for the YWAP development is proposing potentially, though not defined again in a final document, up to 2 million gallons per day. And that's just for a production well, the first of its kind to be drilling from the deep confined aquifer. Most times when they're putting in a production well, they're going to put in a reserve well as a means for backup water should there be an emergency. So we may be looking at 3 to 4 million gallons per day that's coming out of Waiaha. And this is all in the FEIS. And so those are the things of who is going to address and how will that use be assessed for its connectivity to the entire 3 layers of the aquifer, and what are the impacts to traditional and customary practices, including the groundwater dependent ecosystems and those species. And currently the monitoring data is insufficient, though it's being used as finalized full say. The deep confined aquifer is highly misunderstood, though there's multiple theories and hypotheses surrounding connectivity, discharge, but all of those things are still in the investigative stage. Nothing has been finalized, though there are already plans in motion for Kona to tap into the deep confined aquifer. And so if we could hash out some of that, I think that would be really helpful.
I think one thing is the folks being on the ground, you have an attentiveness to some of these things happening. And if it is compiled, you know, our staff have responsibility across the island, so they may not be looking at all of this in detail. So pulling together those FEISs or the public documents to guide, you know, to inform those conversations would be useful, especially if, you know, as Chair Chang mentioned, there's a lot of pressure coming down. And so we're making decisions in a vacuum of information. We're not doing our job. So if you can your attentiveness can help us see that, I think that helps us do our job. And I'm a volunteer, so, you know, helps me as a volunteer do my volunteer job. You're a volunteer, but if we make a bad decision in Kona, you have to live with it, and I don't.
Yeah.
So I think that sometimes we're not aware, right? And I think that's really helpful. Or that would be helpful for me.
And so you got a really good lawyer here. So it's always about making a good administrative record. So you bring that to our attention, we have to pay attention. But, and, you know, I understand what Commissioner, what Aurora is saying too, is sometimes we may not be aware. I mean, I am cognizant that there are a lot of projects. At what stage they are at, I'm not sure. So if you got a spreadsheet that shows us all of that, that's really helpful. Because I think, yeah.
She's all in there. Yeah, I can, yeah.
Can you just identify yourself for the record? I
Oh,
we know
yeah,
who you
for
are, but
sure.
yeah.
I'm Loke Aloha. I'm from Kona. I'm a po'o, or probably the po'o for Hui Koloko Honoko Hau. I'm also the lead for Hui Ola Kawai, which integrates broader areas beyond what we malama for the Loko'i'a. I do want to say mahalo to Miike. I didn't know all of that history, the Mo'okua house surrounding the water. Thank you for that and your efforts. I also want to acknowledge the kupuna of Kona from the Springer line and Auntie Kaliko in the back, who are descendants of commissioners, and also just really important people for Kona and other areas. And also Jonathan, who has really helped to lay the groundwork for water discussions, at least in Kona, definitely in other areas. And so I am just one individual in a legacy of giants. And I am looking to holomua their work for future generations who I brought their little truck with me today to help me. But I think one area that I can definitely help is, and one thing that hasn't been put on the record, which is definitely why I'm gonna share it today, is what exactly are the impacts of the thresholds on the ecosystem? And so currently, at least at Koloko Fish Pond, the thresholds are showing that we already have an adverse and an impaired ecosystem. Pond conditions, the fish pond is sometimes saltier than the ocean. That is how salty we're talking about the ponds getting. That's just one thing, and there's multiple factors to be considered, but the pond is currently at its breaking point. What this translates to is seasonal algae blooms that result in heightened dissolved oxygen levels, and this mass of algae that grows, which contributes to fish deaths in the fish pond that do occur at Koloko seasonally when these algae blooms come in. Another thing that happens when we don't have this fresh water that's leaching into the pond to help to create the most ideal conditions is we have heightened water temperatures. Our water temperatures are very, very heightened in the fish pond, which also contributes to sick and weak fish in the local i'a. This is particularly affecting the ama or the mullet because they don't have the environment or the food environment that they need in order to have optimal conditions. And we're not even talking about a fingerling. We're not talking about poor ama. We're talking about mature fish, which should have the adaptability of both the saltwater and the freshwater that are struggling in the fish pond right now. That's like right now, okay? The other thing that we've been having issues with is that we don't have the native limu blooms for these past several years. For at least the past 3, there's been almost 0 blooms of palahalaha. There is no bloom. I got a photo a couple years ago and it's the last bloom that we've been able to see. And limu is a lifestone, a keystone for the fish pond species. So the freshwater is affecting temperatures, it's affecting the salinity, it's affecting the type of limu that we are getting, the type of limu we're not getting. It's affecting the death of the fish. It's helping to make our weak fish sick. And this is huge because the lifespan of the i'a is when we miss a year, we miss the next 4 years. We miss another year, we're missing another 8 years. If we would miss 3 years of most productive means of production for the pond, we're already behind 12 years of reproduction for the fish. So these have really big impacts for us. The other thing that I want to mention for the record is that the lack of the fresh water is hitting our endangered birds and our chicks because the chicks cannot immediately fly. And when our native birds, endangered birds go to nest, what they're looking for is fresh water. But if they don't have the fresh water that is available for the chicks aren't going to make it. The birds got to get through something on their own. But when the chick is born, the chick's going to need water too. But you see, not even just the bird and the chick. One thing that the birds and the chicks going to need is the water. So the water makes what? The water makes the limu. The water makes the food. And from that food source, we're getting the gastropods. We're getting the bivalves. They start to occupy these spaces. Now you're moving from bivalves and things like that. And then you can get to the bird level. Now the bird has a nesting place because everything is in motion to make sure that the chick can have a successive life to reach its full stage, yeah? So we're having issues with no more the fresh water. So our endangered birds are being impacted, their food sources, their ability to reproduce successfully. Some of the reports, I don't even know if you guys have it, but it's from the 1970s, which shows some of our earliest water readings, at least for the fish pond. Some of our ki'opua, which is basically the breadbasket of the fish pond, which should be some of your freshest areas. According to this document, it was showing 4 to 8 parts per thousand for salinity. Today, we are rarely getting those numbers. Our numbers are looking more like 15 to 20 parts per thousand for an ecosystem within a local i'a, microsystem that should be actually at the 4 to 8 percentile. And that's really, really difficult when we're talking about natural recruitment. So we cannot recruit the fish into the fish pond because we don't have the adequate water that could amplify its ability to contribute to the pelagic realm. So that's an area where we are seeing the impacts, is the reproductiveness, the natural recruitment. And so with that is if we don't have that sweet water, that onauna, right? You know, with that alluring water that can draw in the fish, then the fish pond is gonna cease to be a fish pond. It's just gonna be one saltwater pond. Another thing which is not really mentioned, which I think is important too, is that local i'a have 3 mo'oakua that is in our local i'a. We have Kihawahi ne Ikiana Nea. Yeah. We have Kalame Kanui Kanuia Noho. And we have Po'owai o Nui Niho. And so all of these 3 mo'oakua, this is their home that we're talking about that needs to also be considered, is what is the impacts to the mo'oakua because they're the keepers of the pond of the local i'a. I'm just a kia'i loko. My servitude is only in my lifespan. As soon as I hala, then these things will be transferred to the next generation. But during my lifespan, I have to be a kia'i loko as well to the mo'oakua. So how can the seaworm help us on the ground with these already impacts that we're seeing, which is every single year consistently, at least for the last 4 years, it's gotten really bad. And I don't really know what's happening, but it's definitely tied to freshwater availability for the fish pond. It's very heartbreaking because we're doing everything we can on the ground. You know, we're a volunteer hui, you know, just like our hui said, like we're ripping fingernails off. We volunteer our time, our money to try to get the tools, to equip the community, to be another hand in trying to contribute to the health of this place. But we're doing all we can and we need more help to make sure that there won't be further impacts to the pond. And the other thing is that the pond, those impacts can be reduced. to more responsible management and allocation of the water that is actually available. And that's truly the request that you'll be seeing from now into eternity, especially with the additional wells that are looking to be developed in Kona. So how can CWRM help to safeguard this place? And like Auntie said too, Kalokohonokahau is not the only Aina. There are many ohana of the coastline who also have like more rich opai ula than us. And I know that they survive that they can still gather the opai ula, right? Those folks have to be considered too. Anyway, I'm not really sure, but I did want to deliver that message in person to contribute to the collective.
Greatly appreciate that. You were extremely articulate, and I found your testimony to be really compelling. So thank you very much, Loki, for being here, traveling here, and sharing in very, vivid details, the impacts and the harm that you guys have been experiencing. So thank you. Go ahead, Hannah.
Yeah, just, mahalo for that visual, the alluring waters that draw the fish. Nani, I've seen those waters. And Jonathan, thank you for your explanation, the history, and referring us to those previous testifiers who did report impacts to the resources back in the 2010s. Could you say again where they're found?
The quote is from direct testimony delivered to the Commission on Water Resource Management. An excerpt of it is quoted in a report that the Commission ordered. The Commission in December 2014 issued a preliminary order during the designation process that asked for three things. It asked for an updated water use and development plan for the Keauhou Aquifer, which has never been completed and never been accepted by this commission, and is now significantly out of date, including because it only had a couple of sentence reference to the deep confined aquifer, but was cited by this commission when it said, oh, that plan and development, that's one of the reasons why we think that we don't have to designate, because we'll have that final plan. The second was a report on previously existing, current, and planned traditional and customary practices. I wrote that for the National Park Service with Bianca Isaki. Herbert Kai's quote is from that report. And there's a third report from Dr. Paula Cutillo, formerly of the National Park Service, which specifically asked, how much water do you need? And the answer, which looked at a whole bunch of indicator species, was, we think that we can survive with the amount of water flowing in right now, but no further withdrawals. And the 2022 Adaptive Management Plan, which nominally was the inspiration for this effort, was based on that report from Dr. Cutillo. And so a really important distinguishing point that I hope you'll remember between what the National Park Service proposed in 2022 and what your staff is proposing here is it said, let's look at a portion of the aquifer. Let's begin with the presumption that we shouldn't have more concentrated pumping in this area. If we can prove that there's no harm, properly putting the burden on developers rather than practitioners, you could allow further pumping in this area. But to adapt, we're going to try and distribute pumping away from this area. If you look at actually how water has been developed in the Keauhou Aquifer, it's very, very heavily concentrated on the northern, drier part of the aquifer rather than the southern, wetter part of the aquifer. So this AMP flips the presumptions in adaptive management planning on its head and the public trust presumptions on its head. The NPS proposal was, let's cap pumping for now, study things, make sure we're going forward. This proposal is, oh, shucks, we don't know enough. Let's pump more from all basal, high level, and deep confined, study it, and maybe take action if we see something goes wrong.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for.
I still have Paula Cotillo's email address in my list. That's so long ago.
She's no longer with the National Park
Yeah,
Service. She's with
right.
the Bureau of Land Management.
There's no other questions. I have people on Zoom, but I also have Stan Fujimoto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks.
Dan? Don't say anything? No? Okay. So now I'm gonna, is there anybody else in the boardroom that wants to provide a comment? Now I'm gonna go on to Zoom. Ivalani?
We have Alex Leonard from Nelha.
Alex Leonard from Nelha.
Actually, Chair,
Yes,
I was not planning on testifying today.
okay.
I would like to commend the CWRM staff though on what I thought was a very excellent presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. I have Chuck Flaherty. Chuck, go ahead. Sorry,
Flaherty, but flattery will get you anywhere.
go ahead.
Mahalo, Madam Chair, and Commission members. My name is Chuck Flaherty. I'm testifying today as an individual. I just learned about the Adaptive Management Plan last Tuesday while attending the Kona Community Development Plan Action Committee that Charlie Young chairs. So I did hear that presentation, and Luca's incredible. Boy, I tell you, between Jonathan and her, it's like I do want to say a few things though. My primary thing is that although I'm not testifying yet on behalf of Sierra Club of Hawaii Island Group, or the Kona Hawaiian Civic Club, I am members of those organizations, and I can tell you that we've not been contacted or allowed, so that we were not aware of this adaptive management plan going forward. So that's indicative to me that there does need to be more community outreach. I also support the concerns raised by Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation in their testimony, and would support their request for a deferral of this matter. One of the primary reasons is the language used within the AMP. It's just not definitive enough. For instance, to what degree, if any, are water quality monitoring results a key indicator? Will mapping of freshwater outflows from the aquifer shoreline be done to assist in determining locations for monitoring? And will the results of existing water quality monitoring studies required by SMA permits be used in assisting with baseline determination, since many of these results have decades of information and data to be used? Kumu Kapuna, including Commissioner Springer, it's really great to see her here, have taught me that Anchilon Ponds and Loko'ia are the canary in the coal mine to determine the health and well-being of the aquifer and its watershed. The time, place, and type of limu growing in the shoreline area tells much about the freshwater flows and what is occurring in the watershed as well. As Commissioner Springer and Mr. Schauer pointed out, the Ohana within Pua'a used springs in the nearshore area for potable water, because the freshwater outflows at those places minimize salinity. However, those have been degraded by the destruction of not only the Mauka dryland forest, but the Kona Field System, which was a massive, brilliantly engineered edifice that extended from North Kona to South Kona for 3 miles Makai and 25 miles along the coastline. This field system and forest lands above prevented floods, recharged the aquifer, and enhanced rainfall. So should any establishment of baselines take this historical information and use this into consideration? Wrapping it up, the AMP does not sufficiently describe and identify the regulatory environment affecting the aquifer system area. I believe that regardless of whether or not county and state plans are mutually exclusive or inclusive, it's essential for those relationships to be documented and communicated. This will enable the public and decision makers to be better informed about the potential for synergies to benefit the health of the aquifer and the perpetuation of all life and customary and traditional practices within it. I hope that CWIRM will defer the matter until our community has had a real opportunity to learn about the proposed AMP and provide informed feedback. Mahalo for the work done to date, and mahalo to the commissioners for your volunteer service.
Thank you very much, Chuck. I'm now going to move on to Janice. Glenn? Oh, yes, okay.
I'm sorry. Chuck, is the Kona Hawaiian Civic Club planning on attending the Ahamoku meeting that was referenced previously? I believe it's on the 21st at the Civic Center.
Commissioner Hannah, can I contact you offline about the Kona Hawaiian Civic Club? Can I contact you offline about Kona Hawaiian Civic Club?
Just I do see your the Civic Club is mentioned in the list of parties.
Yes, ma'am. And yeah, yes, if you could contact me, and you're a lifetime member, so if you could give me a holler as a member, I'd appreciate it, so we could discuss the Civic Club and its involvement moving forward. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, very good. So Janice Glennie.
Aloha, commissioners. I'm testifying on agenda item 1. After the most instructive discussion I've heard in years, I'm humbly re-inspired. I've been following this issue as a member of the general public since the National Park Service requested designation of the Keauhou Aquifer over a decade ago. Yet after all that time, the draft plan is confusing and outside the scope of this commission. Strikingly, the draft plan seems to ignore information provided by the National Park Service in their 2022 draft adaptive management plan. Also, rushing a potentially precedent-setting plan despite the inherent complexities is disturbing. At the long ago aquifer designation hearings, I was struck by the intensity with which real estate and development interests fought designation. My fear with this draft is that CWIRM may have succumbed to the watering down of studies and logical, measurable, and enforceable rules in order to appease the goals of special interests. CWIRM's Kuleana is limited to managing the location of wells, depth of wells, and pumping rates of wells. Yet those specific and critical responsibilities are not focused on, while measuring for pollution and other monitoring tests are included, despite not being in their purview. We know funding is limited for monitoring. If monitoring shows pollution in groundwater-dependent ecosystems, what will CWIRM do with this information? The public should be on alert when the goals and dire needs of protecting human beings' most precious and necessary resource are being circumvented by the agency entrusted with those protections. Thankfully, poignant questions and comments by commissioners and testifiers today should be extremely helpful in determining the greater ramifications of the final plan. Yet, despite the draft plan being off the mark and the process seemingly unduly rushed, I ask that CWIRM go back to the drawing board and include monitoring, triggers for action, and actions included in the National Park Service plan in their draft. And I hope the designation of the Keauhou Aquifer will be the ultimate best outcome for protecting my region's most precious water resources. Mahalo for your service and mahalo for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much, Janice. Stephen Holmes.
I guess the camera doesn't want to come on. Oops.
That's okay. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm clicking on video, but it's not working. Anyway, my name is Steve Holmes. I'm former Honolulu City Council member living on the Big Island. And I wanted to say that the AMP right now has a major hole in it, and that's water recycling. The County of Hawaii has now entered into 2 federal mandates, one in Honolulu Federal District Court. This is a result of a lawsuit over discharges by the Kealakehe wastewater treatment plant. into a sump or hole in the ground that were impacting nearshore coastal waters. Earth Justice, on behalf of Hui Malama Honokahau, brought this lawsuit. The county has now entered into a settlement agreement. Everybody shook hands, and it's now legally binding. This requires the plant to be upgraded to R1 and to do water recycling. So that needs to be part of your planning process. The second thing is the EPA has entered into an administrative order of consent, or AOC for short, that mandates that the county connect unsewered areas on the Big Island to treatment plants, county facilities, including the Kealakekee treatment plant. So when you look at a map, a GIS map of where homes are connected in Kona to the county system, only about half of them are actually connected at this time. So that would mean dramatic increase in flows going to Kealakekee. And once again, that's going to have to be upgraded to R1. The financial plan for water recycling to make it work is to displace potable water first. And second, to meet the needs of new developments and have them incorporate water recycling into their properties. So if you have a subdivision, you need to do all of your irrigation using recycled water. So that's the economics that the county is facing. They've got about $1 billion price tag on the countywide AOC alone, plus the additional cost now of Kealakekee upgrade. Both, once again, are federally mandated, enforceable in court, something that the Water Commission needs to look into and include in the planning process. When I was on City Council, 25 years ago, we got the Honouliuli wastewater treatment plant upgraded, and it's successfully recycled billions of gallons of water. And there's plenty of models out there that show that this can be successful. In our case, in Honolulu, we did that as a result of a federal lawsuit. The County of Hawaii is now facing the same thing with the Kealakekee treatment plant as well. So glad to talk more to staff. I can leave my contact information, but I appreciate your time and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. I have Riley Saito.
Aloha. I didn't really have a testimony to submit, but I just wanted to offer some information on Steve Holmes. The wastewater treatment plant output, daily output of the Kealakekee wastewater treatment plant is about 1.8 million gallons per day. And the plan for the R1 is targeted to be online 2029. So just wanted to expand on that. And I'd like to thank CWIRM and Sarah and her staff for the presentation. I'm relatively new to this process. I'll represent, working with NELHA and the Otawao team. And I'm interested in moving forward. There's a lot of questions and I'd like to start peeling back the onion and finding, where we can head in the right direction.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Riley.
May I ask an ignorant question since this has come up? Is there a Hawaii Island water recycling working group, or is there an easy place to learn about the current status other than your testimony? Is there a point of contact?
For me?
Or for previous
Holmes?
testifier, Mr. Holmes, or you seem connected again.
Oh, you can
you're
unmute
unmuted.
yourself. Or can he do that, Evelyn?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, I've been working with EPA Region 9 on the island-wide consent decree, and they're going to facilitate connections between Honolulu, which has successfully done water recycling for a long period of time, and the County of Hawaii. So lessons learned, fly people over to Honolulu to kick the tires, look at the water recycling success stories over there, look at private-public partnerships like we did with the Olea at Honouliuli that paid for the entire thing, and where water came in at lower than the avoided cost of new water development. So EPA is stepping up to help make this happen. In addition to their regulatory function, they also have resources. They can bring in outside experts and make those types of discussions happen. So I don't know that you need a new committee or something of that sort. EPA is already in active discussions with the county.
Also, to clarify, there's a position open from the county from Department of Environmental Management, DEM. And within the Department of Environmental Management, they handle solid waste and wastewater. And within the wastewater division is the work that'll be done to clean up the wastewater at Kealakekee to R1. So their participation in the adaptive management plan may include and incorporate the recycling.
Thank you. Okay, maybe for Kira, it's the AMP discussion is drawing out people, but it may be well directed for the Keauhou Water Use and Development Plan to sort of map where this information can move.
Good point.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Is there anybody else, Ivalani, on Zoom?
Yes, we have someone labeled as iPad.
Oh, iPad. You can unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
I had turned off their camera earlier because it was the automated.
Okay.
I don't know if they're actively watching.
Okay. So iPad, if you want to present testimony or comments, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Maybe he or she doesn't want to. Is there anybody else, Ivalani?
No, Chair.
Okay. All right. I am going to close public comments because iPad doesn't seem to have connected to us. So I will close public comments. Water Commission.
One comment.
Yes.
I think it's clear that some people think that if we approve this, then that's the be all and end all of the plan. It's just the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, and everything that's been said can be included.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And I do want to clarify, I don't think this AMP is necessarily designed just drill wells. I think it is to help the Water Commission in making informed decisions should an application come to us. So I don't think this is just to permit, or I think maybe Jonathan, as you said, drill baby drill. I don't think that that's necessarily where we're heading to. But that may be the result. I don't know. But I do know that I am of the view that we need some kind of guidance to help us make informed decisions. So Water Commission, do you have questions, a motion?
I have a.
May I make a comment, please?
Yes, yes.
You know, we've had a pretty lengthy testimony on asking for deferral. But I guess, could you provide comfort and assurance that this is sort of a work in progress, that looking at what the concerns were presented today in a ranging subject matter, that you could embed some of these, and I know some of these things will be really difficult to quantify, and yet identify it and maybe defer it. So as we get to a more maturity of this process, that we can address it later. I think, that's what Ashley comfort that they would need, and Jonathan, that as it evolves, they would have a view in that. And for me, the key for a plan is the action, or the nexus to action. And in your bullet point that describes management action and triggers, I think you need to be a little more definitive on where the application and the responsibilities are going to rest with all of this work. I mean, gathering this volume of data and synthesizing, I think we need it. That has to be a core. And as we get smarter, hopefully that will kind of keep progressing. I think you need to identify who is the actual actionable party for this. And I kind of view that as a water resource and development plan. Because unless they embody this or they're part of it, the worst thing that can happen to any document is being called a plan which rests on a shelf and never sees the light of day. So again, as you go through the process, and right now I'm sort of, I heard the reasons for deferral, but I'm kind of looking at giving it legs because it needs to go through a development process. I'm hoping that we can provide that comfort and that evolution of maturity to address these concerns. And these are, to me, very important issues that we need to understand. So I mean, that's my sort of my comment before we go into it.
I don't know if-
So
Oh, sorry, respond.
to address that comment, I think so is there going to be, and I suppose you might want to engage in more discussion about this, but you know, is the motion going to include that specific direction, or is that something that you would just like staff to include perhaps the next time that we bring this back to the commission, the more specific
I
management
think you need to
actions?
put a little more intellectual capital to this, and as you form it, you can bring it back. Because at this point, I think it's way too premature to harden it.
Mhm.
You know, there's so much out there that, so much work that needs to be identified and see what really is tangible. And again, the resources that you have, to me, are very limited. And so you got to really look for low-hanging fruit on this thing. So, I mean, I trust that, you know, as you go through your analysis, you look for low-hanging fruit, again, looking for boots on the ground and where the rubber meets the road on this thing at the end of the day, as opposed to having an academic thesis that will rest on some library shelf somewhere in the dungeon.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
I think that that's up to us, if it's going to sit on the shelf or not. But I'm impatient about let's get this process going. Well, you know it's going to change, and you know we're going to include. I mean, part of the process is to go out and look at all these kinds of things that part of it has been presented to us today. So I really don't want to defer this anymore.
Well, I think in this specific case, it's very focused on a certain area, but the responsibility for that area rests with the Big Island Water Use and Development Plan at the end of the day. Because how they embrace your work or our work will really, to me, help in what kind of well drill permits come before it, what kind of, how we define withdrawal rates. And all of that will be part of the ecosystem impacts that we're looking at holistically. So, I mean, it's a challenge.
So I'm going to take Aurora and then I'm going to take Kathy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I see,
Sure.
they've got some comments.
So I think, one, let me be clear. Peter Adler's already working on this, right? He said he began work June 1st. So it's not like the work is not going to continue. He is under contract. The money was not from within our budget. It's not necessary. A deferral may not necessarily stop work on this effort. Is that correct?
Well, I suppose I have to better understand the nature of the deferral.
So I'm just saying a hypothetical deferral would not necessarily prevent him from continuing to further improve and for meetings to happen, or is that?
We can absolutely still have meetings
Have
if
the
this
meeting
matter is deferred. I suppose
Okay.
my question is, is the deferral of the finalization of the adaptive management plan, or is the deferral perhaps the, so I'm hearing that we should continue working on expert groups, right? And we can absolutely continue to do that in the event of a deferral. I suppose perhaps the deferral would be of the finalization and the preparation of the adaptive management plan and taking that to this commission for approval.
So, I mean, just even looking at this in the middle, the request is approval to proceed with the development of a first generation AMP. So you're already proceeding in some ways on it through meetings, correct? So that can continue. And I guess I just want to see what becomes clear, even in this discussion here, is how this AMP fits within our existing regulatory framework is not clear, like what we do with it. And so I think the feedback we got today from Commissioner Miike, from others, has outlined. I mean, I provided some with, how this fits. Is it through our well construction and pump installation? How we translate triggers into action can, even though we don't know the specific triggers, like the proposed workflow, we do have an idea of what that is. And it needs to, I think it should be embodied in this, what I would call as a proposal. If it was the student or if it's a grant I submit, I would have the literature in the document. And the fact that it's not there is a little bit like off-putting. That we have literature on a website that wasn't in the submittal, that's fine, we now have it. What if the next version next month has it in, including the documents we hold but were not referenced, including the feedback on the culture expert working group, incorporating information from this discussion? I think I would feel much more comfortable supporting that, because it shows the public that we also think this is important to place and to mark and to show this is what we plan to do. We're taking not commission money, we're still taking taxpayer money, and this is how we're deserving of it, and we're going to actualize the plan. So I think that feels a lot better than, say, having those that not incorporated. But that's just my take. I'd be interested in where others are.
Okay, so on page 13 of your submittal, you talk about the plan phases and key activities and these anticipated dates. Are we, where are we in these phases? And is there anything, there's nothing to say that we couldn't go back to phase 1, project planning and preparation, and take into consideration everybody else's, the written comments that we received from the Native Hawaiian Legal Corp were really good questions. And so we can incorporate those questions in the planning and preparation. There's nothing hard and fast about preparing this plan. It is, as you say, an iterative process. So for me, I think taking everything into consideration and trying to advance the plan in some way, understanding that there are some concerns, for me, I feel that we should move forward on the plan, understanding what the concerns are.
Okay, thank you.
Hannah?
Help me understand. We're approving, or the request is to approve the development of a plan, not the plan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So do I have a motion?
Move to accept.
I'll second that.
Okay. We're in discussion. Please go ahead.
Taking into consideration the written comments by Native Hawaiian Legal Corps and other recommendations heard at the table.
I appreciate that. Any other comments? I mean, I am inclined to vote in favor of the motion. I think as Commissioner, as Hannah mentioned and others, this is just to permit staff to continue to move forward and to refine and to take in consideration and locate. I hope you can participate in the Native Hawaiian and Ohana Traditional Customary Practices Expert Group. I think you could add a tremendous amount. I mean, what you talked about to me are steps 1 and 2 of Kapa'akai, the identification of the resources and the practices. That, to me, is really critical to this process. So I hope you would consider. I think that Kara did reach out. So I'm hoping you will consider that, as I think that is instrumental to this process. But I am inclined to support this motion because I think, one, I think it is important for us to send a signal that we're moving forward. It isn't the end. It is just part of a process to gather more and refine, as we were all talking about. This is just to approve the development of a plan, but not the plan itself. Okay, go ahead, Henry.
Comment. Just, I would not want to limit Loke or any others to some kind of Kanaka box. That the intelligence goes beyond to all levels of all of the groups. So to continue to make that Ike that comes from Kanaka, but is relevant at each of the technical, scientific, and Kanaka stages.
Thanks.
Question.
Yep, go ahead.
Will we have an update at the next meeting? Or I would like to condition anything, the decision on having monthly.
Yes, the plan is from here on out to continue to update you on this matter every month.
So there'll be a standing agenda item on our CWARE monthly meetings. And perhaps if that, also a written report ahead of time so that both the public as well as commission can review that. And I think that'll facilitate any questions. Okay. Any other comment or before we call for the question?
Can I guess, my tendency, I would like to defer, but I think can I list out sort of the things, the specifics that I would hope to see in a following update? Incorporation of literature in the submittal, and not listed, but relevant parts synthesized. Maybe that's too much. Incorporate the input from this meeting. Incorporate those references, the reports that are within the commission's control and ownership, making them findable on our website. Identifying the cultural expert group by that point. A more clearly defined scope of what is in the AMP and what is not in the AMP. But again, part of the whole water use development plan, water resource protection plan. And you know, how that, again, the AMP fits within the regulatory framework on our existing kuleana. An updated timeline that is more reflective of sort of parallel processes. And yeah, monthly updates.
Okay.
I know that you had approved as is and you'll have.
I'm sorry, but are you suggesting that we have to amend the proposal to include all of those things?
I would, propose an amendment.
Well, you know, I think we were in agreement that this is just starting the process. And when you start a process, you don't end in everything else that comes in. You're just sort of starting the process to include things. So I would be opposed to starting naming everything that
In the submittal.
included when we
Well,
set up
I-
like a general inclusion already.
Okay, well, I trust this is now in the record and Deputy Kahahane has heard it and it's listed out clearly rather than blatheringly. And so, yeah, I'm fine with it.
So
As is.
just to manage expectations, you know, we can make best efforts to get everything
Yeah.
into the submittal for August.
Mhm.
But given our timeline for the submittals, it's kind of already time for us to start working on it now.
Or September, October, but at least it's clearly, I guess, identified.
Okay.
At least my request.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So any other comments or
And just to clarify, we're going to continue our outreach process as this is ongoing, as we start to articulate these things. Is that acceptable to this commission?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hoping there's a deliberate and maybe a regular, because meeting with the county water department so that they have an appreciation of some of the struggles that we're having sort of in their absence. But making sure that they're aware of the discussions that went on here and, that they play a real critical role in as well in moving forward. Okay. Question? Yes.
Is the end date stated here firm? Or how does the work continue if that date passes?
The work will continue if that date passes. I fully accept. In this process, I reference a poster that used to be on my elementary school teacher's classroom. Shoot for the moon and you will land among the stars. So the November 30th deadline is something that, I fully intended to shoot for, to try to meet, if at all possible. However, if we end up in December or even into next year, the work will continue and I'm comfortable that we have funding for it now, given the passage of Act 189.
So the commitment is to finalization.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner Springer.
Yeah, sometimes I think if we give you more time, you're gonna take more time. We give you we give you a short time period, at least, so, I mean, but I recognize too, I don't want us to be so driven by a timetable that we cut short. It's better that we do it right, because we're not gonna be doing this again. I hope not. I hope not.
Wait until second generation.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, so with that being said, and it looks like we've had discussions, Ivalani, let's call for the vote. If you can do a roll call vote on this one.
Commissioner Ho,
Aye.
Commissioner Miike,
Aye.
Commissioner Katayama,
Aye.
Chair Chang,
Aye.
Commissioner Springer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kagawa Vivian.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, everybody, for your testimony here today, and thank you for those on Zoom. We're gonna take, we've got 2 more agenda items, but we're gonna take a break now. Or did you want to finish?
I defer to the chairperson.
We have agenda item B2.
Oh, Ulupono is here right now, so.
Okay, you
perhaps
want to
we
do
could-
that?
Okay.
Should go, shouldn't be.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
do.
let's just do it
Let's
then.
do it.
We'll do B2.
Yeah.
We'll do B2.
Yeah, we take a
Okay,
comfort break.
yeah, okay. But we'll come back at 12:15 because we're gonna take a little
Comfort
restroom
break.
break. Okay.
Yeah, right. You looked at the agenda. and I
Okay,
fell asleep.
okay, I think we are unmuted. All right. Thank you, everybody. We are back in session from our break. We're now going to move on to item B2. Yes, please.
Aloha mai
Aloha.
kakou. Aloha Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Liz Steph. I'm a hydrologist, Native Hawaiian Water Rights and Watershed Planner in the planning branch on the staff side for Seaworm. And today I'm discussing agenda item Bravo 2 to authorize the chairperson to enter into a memorandum of understanding MOU with Ulupono Initiative LLC to fund professional communication services in support of a public outreach strategy and delegate to the chairperson to finalize the MOU and make non-substantial edits as appropriate. So some background, this item is before you today because commission staff have identified the need to better communicate really who we are as an agency, what our kuleana is, and the hana work that we do, particularly for two audiences, so the general public as well as elected officials. So by obtaining professional communication services, we hope to build greater transparency and increase informed participation in water resource management across Hawaii. Ulupono is once again interested in supporting our efforts, this time for obtaining professional communication services. Through their analysis of water governance in Hawaii, a core finding was that there is a need to improve public awareness of water resources and how they're managed in Hawaii. So the scope of work for these services are outlined in the submittal, along with cost estimates based on a quote that was submitted to Ulupono. And so it's two-pronged. One would be social media content that would be for general public purposes, and then also email blasts specific to state legislatures and elected officials. The estimated cost for this is about $31,000 plus tax. And Ulupono is agreeable to pay for the first 6 months of the program, allowing the commission to evaluate in May of 2026 whether to continue this effort or to have commission staff take on as sole developer of the social media and e-blasts. And because this is a gift of service, no funds are exchanged with the commission, and instead Ulupono, just like with the last MOU, will directly fund the consultant providing the professional communication services. So this MOU is similar in concept to that MOU. So the one that you approved on May 20th to support the Hawaii Water Plan framework. Also, the language in the MOU is reflective of the language used in the last MOU, inclusive of the substantial edits that we did make on the MOU on page 3. So section 2.1 delta. And I quote, Seaworm shall retain final authority to approve any communication materials produced as part of this effort and shall determine in its sole discretion whether to incorporate any communication materials produced into its public outreach. So additionally, we did send a request to approve and expend this gift of service to both Budget and Finance, BNF, and Governor's office on June 27th. The governor and BNF office did approve the last BNF request that we put in, and we anticipate them to approve this one as well. And then lastly, we did consult with the State Ethics Commission regarding the appropriateness of receiving this gift as part of our due diligence. They did say that this does not violate ethics guidelines under HRS 84-11, 13, and 14, which are gifts, fair treatment, and conflicts of interest. However, this time around, to ensure compliance with the Ethics Commission's lobbying guidelines, we will need to submit a joint report to them whenever we process the e-blast to the state legislatures. And that brings us to staff recommendation, which is that the commission authorize the chairperson to enter into and finalize a memorandum of understanding MOU with the Ulupono Initiative LLC to fund professional communication services in support of a public outreach strategy and delegate to the chairperson to finalize the MOU and make non-substantial edits as appropriate. And then also we do have Jeremy from Ulupono to raise any specific questions to them.
Does anybody have questions for Lisa? Yes.
Every e-blast?
They said that they'll need to take it on a case-by-case basis.
How much lead time do they need?
They didn't answer that question, but I can ask that. So this is new regulations as of January of this year, that we need to report any type of lobbying.
Thank you.
And then Ulupono is registered as a resource.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear it. I was interested in the lobbying aspect. What did the Ethics Commission say about that?
That any submission of e-blast, because it's considered, it might be considered lobbying, we'd have to submit a report to them every single e-blast that we do. So they'll take it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, because when I first looked at this, I'm supporting it, but I looked at it and said, this is lobbying. It's kind of a weird lobbying where they're paying and volunteering, but they are pushing for, I mean, supporting you, and especially the legislative part, I was a little worried about that. So that's clear that, but then you still have to when they say you have to report, how often do you have to report?
For basically on a case-by-case basis, so each e-blast that we would send, we would just need to report it, and that might be the only action that's necessary, just so
Okay.
long that it's providing transparency that,
It was supported by, sorry, so it's after the fact. You don't have to seek approval prior to blah.
I believe we have to do it prior to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to
But I
so,
can clarify.
I'm assuming that it's prior to, right? But I just want to know who owns all the material? Because I guess it wasn't clear to me under 3.1D, all material given or made available to Ulupono will be safeguarded by Ulupono and not disclosed. So is Ulupono, and Jeremy, you're here too, so I don't want to act like we just talk around you, but who owns all this material?
I know it was at least in the quote, I believe it's in the MOU as well, but C1 would be the sole owner of the material.
I think we
Yeah.
do. I think it's stated that we do.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
I hope so, because this one paragraph.
Page 2.
Page 2?
Key points. Key point
The
one.
commission would have sole ownership of the social media accounts and own all assets and content that's developed.
Who initiated that? Also them.
Initiated.
The program,
This
the
whole
program.
It was maybe a joint effort. Yeah.
Somebody had to start it. Who did? Staff or Ulupono?
Well, I think I'd like to have Katie talk a little bit more because she's been our main point of contact with Ulupono and can provide some of the background on this.
So Katie Roth, Planning Program Manager. So Commissioner Mike, is your question who initiated the idea for an outreach campaign? I think that was mostly from staff, planning staff specifically. We've had, a variety of requests from communities to come out and talk about the work that we do. And it's painted a picture for me in the few years that I've been in this position that people really don't know who we are and what we do. That has led to a lot of misinformation, a lot of questions that we feel.
How did Ulupono get involved?
So we have communicated with Jeremy on a variety of other topics. And I guess it may have just come up in one of those conversations. Ulupono also has in-house capacity. They do a lot of outreach. So we had a meeting with them to better understand what tips they may offer to us in terms of how we could pursue an outreach strategy or campaign. And from there, Jeremy offered to support this effort.
How did the legislative part get in? That's the part that worries me.
So Ulupono has a similar agreement with the Department of Agriculture. I think they've been doing that for the past year, where they also do some sort of outreach blast or letter to the legislature as a way to communicate the work that DOA is doing. So that there's precedent there in terms of Ulupono's involvement in communicating with the legislature. But Jeremy, feel free to jump in if you have other.
Can I ask, is Ulupono anywhere in these blasts, like created by Ulupono on Ulupono's letterhead
Why
or?
don't you come up?
Sure, yeah, sorry.
Because I see him nodding his head, so.
In
Sorry.
the negative, so.
Sure, yeah, for the record, Jeremy Kimura, I'm the Freshwater Sector Director for the Ulupono Initiative. And so maybe it's a little bit, let me take a step back for a second. So when we talk about the newsletter, I think what's important when we do any type of communications effort is this is what we do at Ulupono is consider like who's the target audience and what does the record tell us or history tell us about that. And as Liz mentioned in the submittal, social media tends to be, consumed by a different demographic, but newsletters in particular, what we found, and although it's talked about as legislatures, the newsletter, what the thought is going forward is that we utilize what's currently been done with the bulletin. So everybody who's on the bulletin, anybody who wants to can sign up for this newsletter. But our experience has been that the newsletters tend to be well received by the legislature. Like they're the ones that tend to consume it. There's a way to track opening rates, who's opening them, how long they're reading these newsletters, which is something we're hoping to build into this process with staff so they can see like what's the uptake of the information that's being provided. And so that was just brought up in the thing because we don't want to start this without really thinking about like how we're going to target people. Who are we targeting? The audience matters, I think, in terms of what information that we translate or communicate into these things. So if it is legislators, as we've seen, based on our past experience with Department of Agriculture, then that's what it is. And in terms of like our name appearing here, like we don't, it's a gift. Ulupono, if I could take a step back for a second, we're a foundation and we're here to make sustainable change in several areas, right? One is like more local food production, more transportation choices, more renewable energy, and better governance of fresh water in Hawaii. And that's where we're involved. So our incentive and involvement is really just to improve freshwater governance in Hawaii. So we don't have a need to put our name on this at all. We're not advertising for it, but we want to utilize the resources and knowledge that we have to help the Water Commission do a better job in getting information out there and be more of an authoritative source. Another thing I should mention is that right now, in terms of my understanding of media in Hawaii, and especially when I was at the Commission on Water Resource Management as a staff person, there is really no authoritative source about water outside of perhaps our water resource protection plan when it comes out or other individual efforts. The closest thing might be the Board of Water Supply had a newsletter they put out every now and then that people could sign up for, but it's very focused around what the board is doing and it's Oahu centric. So hopefully this is the start of something where should staff decide to want to continue it, we will do it for 6 months, see how successful it is, and they can decide if that's an effort they want to continue or not. And depending on the traction and the metrics we get from.
Because DLNR, we have a DLNR in the news, and it's all of the news articles related to DLNR that we send out to everybody if you request to be on our list. So we have been talking to our comms people about being more proactive in telling DLNR story, because I think there's a lot of misinformation and not. So we as a department have been very receptive to resources that can help us tell our better story.
I have a question for staff, which is, this is a really short sort of injection of support. And I know it's sort of early to say, but it would be interesting to think about like, okay, where does that lead in April? How do we know if we've hit the targets? And, do we need a G-funded person, or is it, is that part of the scope, is like to figure out how this gets sustained?
Not part of the scope that you see before you in the
Yeah.
submittal, but it is something we're considering adding more positions specifically within the planning branch. And an outreach person is something that has been toyed with for a number of years.
Okay, yeah, I think that's helpful to hear, because it's like, keep hearing like flash in a pan. You don't want it to be like, just like, boom, gone. Like, how does that stay?
DLNR we have hired outreach coordinator.
Yeah.
So the outreach coordinator, so she has been helping to distribute all of our board agendas for all of the divisions and those administratively attached to the public and to the legislators. So we are taking a more proactive, again, communications outreach. And we recognize legislators. They are a critical stakeholder. I mean, we probably wouldn't have gotten funding for Keoho if we hadn't been engaged with them. So, I don't want to diminish, while the public is a really critical stakeholder, the legislators also, the more they know about us, the more likely they're willing to fund us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
So when are we gonna get expense accounts?
We'll buy
That
you
must be a
lunch.
that
We'll
must
buy
be a
you lunch.
rhetorical question, huh, Larry?
It's when we give you a pay raise. Okay. Yes, Wayne.
Katie, when you reviewed, this conversation and you look at the kinds of articles that were coming out for the Department of Ag, how is that different than what DLNR's communication person is publishing? I guess, where's the value added or the difference? And Jeremy, what is the metrics for success that you've seen with the DOA initiative?
Can I take the first part of that question?
Surely.
And I'll let Jeremy handle the second part. For me, press releases, we do them when we anticipate something big is coming out. I wanted more touch points with the commission. I wanted more interaction so that people can start to develop a more positive image of the commission, start to get familiar with what we do day in and day out, not just the big ticket items, not just the big matters, but we're out there every day measuring stream flow, measuring flow from development tunnels, stewarding these water resources. I wanted to really let people know the full breadth of what we're doing, between commission meetings, between the times that we're making out those really big announcements, and also provide a venue to do those kinds of
But
announcements.
how's that outside the scope of what the
Because we
DLNR?
don't, we're not doing a newsletter. We don't do like a proactive, so what our outreach person is doing is it's informing everybody of when our meetings are taking place. So it's not really a newsletter or stories. Our comms people are just taking stories that are about DLNR and putting them in, sort of cutting and pasting them and putting them in a format that can be distributed. But we are really not, we're moving towards the direction of doing more newsletter, informing beyond just, as Kira said, highlighting, being reactive. Oh, we're closing a trail, or we've just gotten Doe Cares found. We haven't gotten to the point of a regular monthly newsletter about DLNR or Seaworm. We published 2 years ago a annual report, but we haven't been able to sustain and do something on a more regular basis. And so the public's their touch point with us is at commission meetings or land board meetings. That's really not a good venue to be outreaching to the community in a proactive way. It is extremely reactionary. And the people that come to our meetings are people who are generally, they got a comment. So I think we're trying to be more proactive in telling our stories in various platforms that we can.
Well, I get an email blast almost every other day
Okay.
from DLNR.
But it's about our newsletter. It's
Yeah.
in the news.
Yeah.
It's in the news. So, yeah.
So this will go beyond that. And, also if we have something important coming up, here are the key things that you need to know about this upcoming matter. Or, these are the important things that we're working on right now that might not make it into something like a KHON story, but are nonetheless important and are important parts of what we do as an agency.
Is that what you do for the Department of Ag?
Yeah, so Department of Ag, I'm sure you know, Commissioner, right? I mean, they're very dense and layered and a lot of people doing a lot of different things, right? And so how do you get information out about how the department operates and what it does? And I think DLNR is similar, lots of different divisions, lots of people doing a lot of different things. And in particular, just from my experience and also just what we know about this water governance in Hawaii, the Water Commission touches many places and does a lot of different things. And so how do you communicate that complexity? I think an important thing too is to communicate a move to a place of co-governance in a way. I think that's some of the things we heard previously is like that communities want more understanding. And I think it's important from an equity perspective that people have more knowledge when they're engaging with you guys on things, right? So how do we use this effort to help with that? What's also missing, I think, my experience working with like Dan, Dennis in here is what does the engagement metrics tell us too about our outreach, right? So like the newsletter that you get, there's a way to track how long, if it's being opened, if it's being read. Same with social media, like understanding the demographics that are being engaged. There's a way with things like Instagram to target certain demographics as well. That's what they did in the last election. There's a way to make sure that the messages are being spread quite far and wide. The other thing for us, when you think about a department and staff who are really overwhelmed with their existing duties and what they're doing, it's easy to get stuck in the details. A lot of the discussions kind of just get into the minutia and the small things. And so Ulupono has a communications section that we have a person whose job is just social media, another person who's TV and ad and engagement like that. And they can bring that kind of perspective in on like, as the layperson, does this make sense that we're talking about? How do we distill this message so that we're getting the important points across, but also in a way that's conveying what's important for CWORM and for people to digest it. So that's what we're hoping to bring. That's what they've been doing with the Department of Ag all this time, trying to get, better engagement that way. Create, I think, was alluded to earlier, and that's why, again, we talk about the legislature, is that the legislators, they have a million people coming to them all the time, telling them about things, asking them what they do. You go and do the briefing before the session to the finance chairs. How do we get more regular, especially with their staff, about like, here's what the department's doing. So when you do show up in the hearings on bills or on the budget, it's not like, what have you guys been doing all this time? There's at least like a record there of what we're doing. And the thought too is, I know Dan does this quite well, is that, with the press releases, it's like you put it out there, hopefully some folks pick it up, it gets on larger media. The newsletter, since CWORM own all the assets and whatever gets developed, you guys could repurpose that and use it and maybe give it to someone like a civil via and say like, hey, is there a story here that you'd like to elaborate on? Here's our like public record on it, there's something you can take. But that's the hope for this next 6 months.
No, that's helpful. And I will share with you, and see, I'm a process person. So when I came on board, nobody was telling DLNR stories. And so I just, and from a government's perspective, we don't dedicate resources to community engagement. And we all sit here and we see what happens when the community isn't engaged. But that's a real afterthought, because government doesn't dedicate the kind of resources, human resources or financial resources. This is the first time that the Ledge has given us a dedicated community outreach person, but we've been really pushing that hard. I mean, we did community listening sessions. We went statewide at DLNR to tell our story. It was a uniform response, no matter whether it was from Molokai over to Hilo. The community's like, well, we don't know enough about what you guys are doing. So I think we are trying different vehicles. We're also trying to expand social media, Instagram. I am not on that at all, but we recognize there's a generation that communicates this way. So I think, and we do have a similar kind of contract with Hawaii Community Foundation for our Division of Aquatic Resources that have literally been partnering up with us to pay for a facilitator or to pay for community outreach on our Holomua project, because we were just having a difficult time getting that message out. So to me, the private sector, that has really helped. These guys have resources, but they're not dictating to us how we do things, what we say, and I recognize that inside this agreement as well. We have the final say. So, I mean, I think these are additional tools to help us better message what we're doing, but in a more sustained way. So are you guys going to help us with the metrics as well?
Yeah, so what's envisioned here is like once the MOU is signed and approved and the gift of service is approved by BNF and the Gov's office, is that we'd set up a sort of like monthly cadence of meeting with CWORM staff. Obviously, all the stories come from CWORM staff, so we would want those like every month working on a what we're calling an editorial calendar, assuming that BNF approves it and we get going sometime in the fall. The 6 months start then, so we're kind of leading up into the session.
Oh, yes.
So we can be smart about our timing and like what stories we put out there. So yeah, so we'll be helping with that. We have we're going to get a consultant in there to kind of do the main bulk of the work. But CWORM staff will be developing the stories, we'll be meeting monthly and kind of driving this sort of editorial calendar.
Last one.
I trust in addition to authoritative, it's going to be beautiful, yeah.
It's got to be.
It's got to
Has
be.
to be. They don't click on text. It's all.
Yeah, I know, Seaworm staff, like Aaron Strock is on the streams a lot, so we're hoping to get some nice pictures that you can put in
Yeah,
there.
Action shots.
Visual, yes. Okay, any other questions?
Just a quick,
Yes.
what happens after 6 months?
So we're actually at the end of this 6 months with DOA right now. And so what's happening is that we've stopped our engagement, meeting with staff at DOA and saying, here's how it's gone. Let's assess how it's going. Do you want to continue it? And how do you want to continue it? I think with Department of Agriculture, I mean, I don't want to speak all to them. I think Chair Hurd is still, kind of thinking about it, but that's what would happen here is that we would just say, how is it going? What do you guys think next? What's the best way to support to continue the effort? It could be helping you guys advocate for a position, maybe, or it could be CWRM itself doing an RFP for continuation of the work.
Or could be you guys continue on.
Or we could continue on. I mean, it's up for debate, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be just a evaluation. That's why the 6 months, start, see how it goes, and then evaluate after that.
But we do know, an approximate cost for the 6 month period. So we, have thought through, budget
Right.
for next
Yeah.
year, what that would need to look like, and if we could pull it off. So at least we have that.
Take out Larry's expense account.
He doesn't even make $1. We could, but
Well,
I
that's
would.
all right. Government runs
Okay.
deficits, no
Oh,
problem.
You're right. But this past legislative session, I am confident we would not have gotten the green fee passed if it wasn't for the community that supported us. Care for Ina Now and Ulpa. I mean, you guys showed up at every single meeting. And that would not have happened because we were doing that for the last 2-3 years. So communities, when they know, they make a difference because they show up. So, I'm hoping that this partnership results in greater capacity and funding for CWRM as well. Yeah. Okay, with that being said, is there anybody else in the audience here? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom? Evelani?
No, Chair.
Okay, I'll close public comments. This is an action item, so do I have a motion?
I so moved, Chair.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded twice to approve item B2. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Appreciate you
All
being
right.
here.
I'll look forward to you adding that email blast.
Okay, so that was item B2. Katie, can C1, can we proceed? Okay.
Yeah, I believe
Leia's here.
Dr. Bremer is here.
Okay.
Virtually. So item C1 is a
C1.
briefing by University of Hawaii's Dr. Leah Bremer, Sharday Freitas, Dr. Aurora Kagawa Viviani on strengthening water, career, and education pathways in Hawaii. In the interest of time, I'm not going to give a spiel about what this is, and I'll let Dr. Bremer give her presentation. But I will add that I have been participating in these conversations over the last year. So I've been the representative from CWRM. There is a draft report out now. I believe the QR code is in the PowerPoint presentation you're about to see. And I believe that report will be finalized at some point in the near future. And with that, I will pass it on to Dr. Bremer.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Hey, aloha mai kako. Hi, everyone. Chair Chang, Deputy Hahane, and commissioners and staff and everybody else who's in the room. I realize it's lunchtime, so you kind of standing between you guys and lunch. So we'll be try to be relatively quick here. Let me try share my slides.
Place in Japan.
Can you guys see the presentation?
Now we can. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to be presenting with Commissioner Kagawa Viviani in her hat as a UH professor and researcher. So today we just wanted to share some work that we've been doing over the last couple of years to talk with people and think about what we can do at the University of Hawaii and beyond to strengthen water, career, and educational pathways. And so in addition to Dr. Kagawa Viviani, Katie Hinson with Sea Grant, Sabrina Wong, who is a researcher with us, and Sharday Freitas have kind of been the core team involved with this. And so we are funded by the Hawaii Community Foundation Freshwater Initiative as part of their Hawaiian Islands Environmental Finance Center, which seeks to provide technical assistance to organizations in Hawaii applying for federal funding for water infrastructure projects. And Dana Okano approached us in our piece of the project because there is recognition that there's a lot of vacancies in a lot of our organizations with Kuleana to care for water in different ways. So from CWRM to Department of Health to the utilities, wastewater, there's kind of these broad vacancies across the board. And we know that it's not particular to water, but a challenge that we face. And of course, these are, can be structural challenges, but we wanted to explore what we could do on the UH side to better prepare the next generation of water stewards, of vice stewards. So let's see. So we're just going to give you kind of a big picture update of our objectives and kind of where we are today. So for more information, we have these QR codes. Happy to, I don't think these are in the current public presentation, but we can update it. So we have just a project summary document. We have a draft report that we're working on finalizing that just shares the results from the first phase of our kind of scoping work, where we talked with representatives from various water organizations across Hawaii. So we kind of present the findings there. And then within that report, there's a table of positions, which we just gathered primarily from agencies, but what are the types of positions at these agencies, and which ones are their vacancies, and what are some of their visions for future positions. And I just want to say, though, that we did these interviews in 2024, and you know that the landscape has changed quite a bit over the last 6 months. So I think all of this, it's kind of a snapshot in time that hopefully we can be updating, both so, there's collective knowledge on it, but also for students at UH and beyond to think about if they want to go into a career around water, what are some of the types of positions that they might be able to get into. And I also just linked to the HCF, the Hawaiian Islands Water Finance Center initiative, if anybody wants more info. And so the impetus for this project, again, was the vacancies, as well as, the lack of really clear why pathways at UH. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Kogawa Viviani to kind of lay that framework.
Leah, can you advance? Okay, so maybe a little bit of background first. Prior to being at UH Manoa, I used to work at Kapiolani Community College on a 6-campus pre-engineering educational pathways program. And part of our, Dr. Bremers and I's conceptualization of this was really, from my experience, seeing that students don't move very linearly. Maybe they kind of do in engineering, but students sort of move in networked ways throughout the UH system. So our premise is that STEM pipelines don't really capture realistically how students or even professionals move. But in Hawaii, the idea of an educational OI has emerged in the last maybe 10 years. And in particular, Kalealoha Lamho, who's non-instructional faculty at Honolulu Community College, has been developing this idea around the sort of STEM, educational, science, technology, engineering, and math, educational OI. So we're using this as an organizing concept. So for example, and maybe I'm catering to DLNR a bit, conservation has sort of a well-mapped and effective sort of coalition of programs. So for instance, Kupu takes students from high school, and some of them go straight into working. Some of them decide it's not for them. Some of them may continue on. Can you click next? Sorry, I shouldn't. Some of them might continue on to a baccalaureate program and do a summer internship with PIPES, which is run out of UH Hilo, and end up working for watershed partnerships or different agencies that way. Some of them may continue on to graduate programs or law school or public health. And so, you see there's this sort of different progression options. And then from those graduate programs, a lot of UH graduates end up working for DLNR or Fish and Wildlife and others. And the Hawaii Conservation Alliance, which has their meeting next week, creates this kind of community of support. So the problem is it's not very clear in water. A lot of kids are really interested in Hawaii, but it's not clear what their majors are, what programs they should sign up for. Maybe they get 2 years in and realize, oh, maybe I should have been in engineering, but now I just need to finish my degree. What can we learn from these existing programs to better inform how we build stronger, clear, more effective white pathways to fill those vacancies? And so this effort is focused on, phase one that Leah will describe is focused on the employer side of the picture, and I'll describe phase two, which is focused on the sort of educational infrastructure side of the picture, and really what makes for good design in those programs and the sort of connectivity among those. Back to you, Leah.
Okay, thanks, Aurora. Okay, so just kind of echoing what Aurora said, our phase one is focused on the employer side and really understanding what are the career opportunities as well as the challenges they're having in filling positions. And so thinking about opportunities now, but also into the future. And we're particularly focused on how they relate to training desired from the University of Hawaii. And then second, really thinking about what are the skills and capacity needed for thriving water stewardship into the future. And then like Aurora mentioned, the next phase that that Aurora and Charday are leading right now is really thinking about what exists, what are the range of opportunities available to Hawaii students right now related to water stewardship. And then also looking broader, as Aurora said, at some of these sustained and successful models of education and career pathways and what can we learn from them. And then also understanding what do we already have at UH and what can we do to strengthen some of the connections of what we have, and then what are the gaps that could be filled. So I do want to emphasize that this part of the project is really scoping and visioning, and then hopefully pending funding we'll have some ability to act on some of the recommendations, but this is really meant to be kind of a collective vision that lots of folks will have to work on, and it will require different levels of capacity and investment to achieve. But we wanted to start with thinking about what's actually needed, what's actually happening, so that we're building something that makes sense. So for phase one, what we did was talk to a bunch of folks that are representatives of organizations related to water. And we did do this again in about a year ago. So some of the findings will need to be updated, but I think a lot of them do hold. So we primarily talked with folks from agencies, so federal, state, and county agencies. We did also talk to some private landowners, planning companies, consultants that are deeply involved in water, as well as some civil society organizations, foundations, nonprofits, some boundary organizations that work with INA-based orgs. And there were so many people we wanted to talk with, and I feel like so many more conversations that can and should be had, but we had to draw the line somewhere. So what we focused on kind of related to those phase one objectives, first, we did want to understand people's own story, right? How did they get into their position? What were their motivations and their own journey? And then we wanted to gather information on kind of the landscape of water-related positions available and skills needed, as well as the vision for future positions. And then we have a kind of section on the challenges people are facing with staffing shortages and retention. And then finally, we talked with people about what are their ideas for the University of Hawaii, educational and professional pathways and beyond. And again, if you want to read the report, the draft is here and we'll be finalizing that. And happy to receive any comments on the report too. So I did want to just share some quotes from people we talked to, what motivates people to do the work that they do. And I know the organizations, the people that work in these positions are diverse, and have different opinions on things, but we did kind of find a lot of shared values in what motivates people to be in this work. So, you know, a lot of folks, particularly from the agencies, really talked about being motivated by public service. I'm just going to read the ones in blue, but have some other ones for you. See, I'm trying to move my screen so I can actually see the quote. So I look at the utility that I work with as loosely interpreted as the public servant of water. The water we have is just so important, and we serve everybody on the island. Oh, sorry. Can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my Zoom is. Okay. Sorry, I'm having some Zoom challenges here now. I can't actually see I'm just going to stop sharing for a second and then reshare. Let's see. Oh. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then another kind of key theme that really motivated people related to public service was being motivated by responsibility and connection, kuleana, to family, connection, and place. So this is a quote from a private organization. I've realized it's some kind of bigger event or some kind of emotional connection or kuleana that really draws people to Hawaii. It's definitely what got me into it. Others talked about being motivated by social and environmental justice. So we have a civil society nonprofit interviewee saying, I work on issues that try to address historical injustice in Hawaii, especially the treatment of Native Hawaiians. I want to live in a just society, and I don't right now, so I work on trying to improve that. And then folks also talked about, you know, this is a field that's really interesting, stable, and engaging. Now, the stable was in 2024, so that could be different now. But a federal agency interviewee says, I just like the creativity of water resources. There's a lot of open-endedness to it. Another person said, I think for a lot of people, this is a stable industry to be in. Like every industry, whatever you do requires water and wastewater. So just knowing, okay, that this job is always going to be there. So beyond motivations, our report is kind of focused on these 5 general results themes. One, again, we have that kind of table of current and professional opportunities and existing vacancies. We have a section on challenges with vacancies and retention and potential solutions. We have a section on educational pathways and skills needed, another on professional pathways, including existing internship programs that we found, as well as future ideas. And then a section on what people said could be a broader role of the University of Hawaii. And just wanted to add here that we did have a workshop in December that included a bunch of folks we interviewed, but also others where we kind of talked about and workshopped some of the ideas in the report, and we got additional feedback. So a lot of that is incorporated into the report. But again, we're always open to more feedback from others. So what I'll do now is I'm just going to go through, in the interest of time, some of the high-level takeaways from these other parts of the report, and then for any other details, you can look in the report. And a lot of this won't be surprising, but I think for a lot of people that we presented back to, they felt like it was kind of validating for their experience. So we did find high vacancy rates across the board, 30 to 70%, particular concerns for engineering positions in state and county organizations, but definitely not limited to engineering. Of course, low pay and limited advancement opportunities was a big challenge, particularly in state and county agencies. A quote from one person, says, "I can bring, pizza on Fridays and try to send staff to conferences, but they're ultimately, you want to be paid enough so you can pay that high cost of living." Others did talk about when they're trying to hire that there's a limited position or limited applicant pool for some positions, particularly engineers, hydrogeologists, and aquatic biologists. So I think that was a signal to us that that's something perhaps the University of Hawaii needs to have more opportunities for training for students in those areas. And then there was also clear limited awareness and advertising of job opportunities. So people might not even be aware that there are these jobs. And then that's coupled with a really slow hiring process where you lose a lot of folks in that. And then lastly, and I believe this is something the Natural Resource Sector Partnership is working on, but we heard from a number of people that they felt that institutional culture and position descriptions do not always effectively support recruitment and retention of local candidates with lived experiences and demonstrated interest in Malama or environmental careers. So thinking about how can the job descriptions more effectively include people's lived experiences? Do the MQs need to be addressed? Do you really need certain degrees for certain positions? So being more open-minded to the skills that are actually needed. And then this next phase, kind of thinking about the skills and how that translates to educational and career pathways needed. We heard from over and over again, we need graduates with technical degrees. You need the engineers, you need the aquatic biologists, et cetera. But people also need to have a more holistic understanding of water. They need to understand the historical context of water, cultural, political dimensions. And here's a quote, and my screen is a little cut off for some reason. So I might just let you all read it or fill in the gaps if I miss part of the quote. But I think the more holistic we are in our training and understanding around water, the stronger we'll be, no matter what hat in the water sector you're in, whether you're a water system operator or a forester in our uplands, whether you're out in our oceans, managing our coral reefs, understanding all of the moving pieces of why in this ahupua'a in our island system, understanding how you fit in, and you don't have to do everything, but at least you understand how you're connected to that system. So that emerged as really important. We need these future water leaders to have technical skills, but also really understand the broader system. We also heard for a need for training and practical skills, communication, public outreach, power dynamics. How do you set up a public meeting so that different people have voice? Field and lab work skills, and a lot of emphasis on experiential learning. Can people go to community work days, have internships, etc.? We also heard that the University of Hawaii, beyond just the curriculum, can also play an important role in convening across the water sector and in conducting applied and policy relevant research. And that can really be linked to the student experience. And then finally, we did hear from a lot of folks that have internship programs or have tried different attempts at internship programs or other professional pathway programs. And they all said they were really interested in future pathway development, but of course, capacity and time is a challenge, right? For people who are already pretty tight and have a lot on their plate. Okay, so that was phase one. So now I'm going to hand it over to Aurora to finish with phase two.
Do you mind being the advancer? Okay,
for sure.
Thanks. We just called it phase two, but it's become this idea of mapping the awai. And so next slide, please. Again, to recap, the objectives of this second phase with a different set of interviewees is to identify the range of opportunities available to students. So that's not really through interviewing, but really through the identification of people we were interviewing or gathering what they were saying about programs they were aware of. Two, to identify the key features of sustained and successful models of education and career pathway programs that have lasted maybe decades. That meant they had secured funding, and then understand the existing assets. So we said, okay, what is assets? The existing strengths, programs, capabilities within the University of Hawaii system to contribute to those pathways. Next slide, please. So, sorry, the text is very small, but the blue is very biased towards faculty. Initially, because we said, okay, there's going to be all these different disciplines that we're going to need to talk to. Pay no attention to those numbers. But over half of the interviewees are faculty, but we also wanted to talk to recent alumni for their experience having gone through the system. And we also wanted to talk to the program coordinators who do the co-curricular activities. Next, push next. And what we found out through interviewing is that, actually faculty cross over into program coordinators. Many people were also alumni. And so that informed the kind of stories that we learned about. We similarly asked about motivations and pathways, but also their experiences in their programs or with their programs, and what they thought were gaps and opportunities. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of motivations and pathways, and this is still ongoing, so this is preliminary findings. We're finding that mentoring relationships are key, and they start pretty early from maybe people's personal experiences in their families or with their hala hula, to key faculty-student relationships on being pointed to opportunities by a professor or teacher, instructor, employer, student, intern, mentoring relationships all really shape those trajectories. Paths, I was going to say they were very nonlinear, but actually a subset of them were quite direct. If you were in engineering, some of it was very direct, but that wasn't necessarily true of other folks in other disciplines. Next slide. Or sorry, next button. And there were different enabling kind of institutional arrangements. And this is where we're trying to get into like, how would you design programs to sort of facilitate flow? And so there's degree pathways and coursework, of course, but there's also a lot of informal networks that were part of, so maybe it's not institutional arrangements, but there were like key advisors. There were key student support programs that I think don't get seen by the university, but they're G-funded office staff positions, for instance. So we're still working on identifying core elements of both UH Manoa degree programs, as well as that non-instructional program, again, on campus and off campus, a lot of experiential programs, both working in a firm, for instance, or working in an agency, as well as more place-based summer internships that are placing people to do work in community. What we've asked those folks about is how they recruit, how they retain and track, and how they place students into those positions. And some of the preliminary insights are quite interesting, speaking to and echoing to phase 1 findings about the length of time it takes to hire and how long, how much students need to know how to apply and to kind of time it with their graduation, for instance. So next slide. So again, one thing that has come up is this idea of connective tissue. And so this was a public health faculty pointing out advisors are an undervalued resource to share information, especially at the community colleges, because they create those pathways that move with students as they age, and that's connectivity, that's the connective tissue, so that students know this is a thing. I think realizing that a major or a particular degree program is a thing. And so this public health faculty emphasized advisors. Another outside of the university program director noted, I love being the connective tissue, supporting people coming together, creating that bridge where our partners, our members, and those across the state and other Pacific Islands that we support can really learn best practices from each other, gain competencies and skills to help us advance the cause faster. So we're circling on this idea of connective tissue, and this is kind of an idea in progress is to, okay, what does that educational OI look for water? it might include programs at the UH community colleges. There's the Good Jobs Hawaii that is system-wide. Programs, different disciplinary programs within UH Manoa, where we tend to track, okay, engineering, but earth sciences, College of Natural Sciences supports marine biology program. CTAR supports the NREM program. Hawaii Nui Akea has supported graduates, including our deputy. ISR is a new sort of cross-campus initiative to unify some of these different degree pathways into oriented towards sustainability majors. The College of Social Sciences houses planners, geographers, forgetting other economists. UHERO is CSS affiliated, and public health is playing an increasing role in terms of thinking about our connectivity to DOH. And then post-baccalaureate programs such as law have placed a lot of people in Water Resources Research Center, and UHERO are research units, but they are involved in sort of training and bringing professionals into water spaces. But outside of the UH ecosystem are these experiential learning opportunities that keep students sort of focused on this is why they're getting their degree, their access to mentors, summer internships or year-long internships, and provide key non-instructional student support. So when they're maybe struggling with calc or physics or others, that there is this kind of system of support. And then there are these sort of standalone workforce training programs such as Work for Water. Kupu might be another one that place people again directly. So it's analogous to the sort of conservation-oriented OI, but we want to build it and map it so that students can see it and maybe different employers can know where to tap in. Next. Okay, so next steps are we're completing the phase 2 analysis and report in the next couple months, kind of reconvening with the phase 1 team and participants to maybe allow for that connectivity to occur more organically. And maybe Leah can speak to, we are in year 2 of what was initially a 5-year grant. It appears to be continued. And so that would allow for being able to work on a subset of those emergent priorities, whether they be sort of degrees or internships or networking events. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Aurora. Yeah, so that's kind of an overview. And again, we're super happy to have input. A lot of you here will, as we move forward, will definitely reach out as well. So just a mahalo to Hawaii Community Foundation and the Hawaiian Islands Environmental Finance Center that are funding us, all of our interviewees from the VI community and UH faculty and alumni and professional programs. So we're happy to take any questions. I did not put our contact there, but it is lbremer@hawaii.edu or Aurora, I'm not sure what your email is, but please feel free to reach out to us with any thoughts, suggestions.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments you want to share? Yes, Hannah.
What's a boundary organization?
That's a great question, Auntie Hannah. Well, so we define them as sort of organizations the two that we included are ones that are involved in different spaces. So, they might come to commission meetings, but they also work closely with community organizations. So they're sort of linking. Yeah. Okay. So they're groups. This is really good to have to define it, but they're groups that work across many different spaces and sort of help to link things together. Aurora, can you do a better description of that without saying exactly who the orgs are?
Yeah, I mean they're sort of, as you described, they're not clearly in one sector or another. They maybe are connectors and facilitators.
Okay.
Yeah.
another question?
Yes, please.
Can you introduce me to the Hawaii Islands environmental finance sector? I'm particularly intrigued by finance.
Yeah, and so the best person to talk to about that would be Dana Okano or Faisha Solomon at HCF. The description they gave me to share with you is it's a program of Hawaii Community Foundation Freshwater Initiative that's providing technical assistance to organizations in Hawaii applying for federal funding for water infrastructure projects. Now, this came out in the Biden administration, right, where there was a lot more money for water infrastructure. And I believe there was there was all this potential funding, but not a lot of capacity within some of the institutions to access that funding. And then as part of that process of thinking about how do we help various organizations get funding, they also realize that a lot of times there's not the capacity to manage the funding once you get it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. And I did put the link. It might not have been in the original presentation, but happy to share. I can bring up the, I can put the link to their website in the chat.
Or we can add it to the minutes.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? I mean, my one comment from DLNR, what we're finding is recruiting. So Kupu is a real good, I mean, Kupu and the law center, the environmental law center, I mean, we've gotten many who have started off as fellows, now they're full-time employees. So, but it's also the other challenge that we have is position descriptions.
Yes.
Is that they are very outdated, especially in seaworm and in aquatics and DOFA. So as you know, expertise has changed, our job descriptions have not. So part of it, our challenge is how do we create vertical movement? Because we don't have, so we're mid-level. And so we're not able to retain. So we are trying to fix that. We're trying to fix that to create opportunities for advancement internally. Yeah. So
It came up a lot at the workshop.
Yeah.
Was like just how much this is a HR kind of a challenge.
Yeah, totally. It is for us.
Yeah.
So it's, but a lot of that is capacity because for DLNR, we have to create a new job description. Then we have to do a reorg then we have to get approval by BNF and the governor's office on the reorg. I mean, that's not something that happens overnight. So we're trying very hard to simultaneously, concurrently create, redescribe, reorg, so that we can be more proactive in anticipating the changing work environment and changing expertise. I mean, some of the qualifications that we used to have may no longer, are applicable. So we're trying to adjust to the changing needs and experiences. And here at DLNR, the other thing that I've been trying to do is how do I give equivalent credit to Aina-based knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and not just be a University of Hawaii, you get some kind of academic career. Sometimes somebody who comes with Aina-based knowledge can be so much more qualified than somebody who's coming from the continent with a master's degree, but has no knowledge of resources here. So how do we give equivalency in recognizing and that we're creating a career path for some who choose not to go to the university or an academic career, but how do we get them into our system and subsequently give them a pathway perhaps to get a degree or something. But that's some of the kinds of the challenges that we have when you're trying to change a very long-standing institution that hasn't kept up with the changing needs of expertise.
Wearing my presenter hat, can I ask, what are as we're still wrapping up phase 2, part of my question is, like, should we have been interviewing people in Scheidler or other colleges, if these are HR issues, where are the places that your folks working in water are coming from beyond those who we would assume to be majoring? Maybe if you have those thoughts, please. Yeah.
I mean, I just know a lot of them are coming from the law school, or they're coming
But who
from.
works in HR? What are the, you could,
HR.
if it is an HR systems issue, are there, if there are other departments, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're wrapped up with interviewing, but we could put a pin in it for conversations in years 3 to 5.
No, I mean, I think that's one of sort of like community outreach. It is an expertise that's the linchpin to employment that's not being, that we're not educating them, who are the key to who gets hired, what's the job, what's the job description, what's the career path. I mean, we've got a really great HR team, but we have had to educate them. So it's also like DHERD, totally out of their wheelhouse. So we are doing a lot of delegated recruitment at DLNR, trying to take away what has historically been DHERD, because they don't know the subject matter expertise. They know if you need a laborer, okay, we can help you at DHERD. But when we're looking for a hydrologist or looking for somebody with a natural science background, we're getting that information internally, not from the traditional HR arm of the state being DHERD. So, but I also say that DLNR, we can be a little bit more unique given our mission is the protection of natural and cultural resources, which is not necessarily something that DHERD is familiar with. So, but we have had to spend a lot of time with our HR to sensitize and educate them. They've spent a lot of time with our separate divisions, whether they're aquatics, whether they're forestry, even DoCare enforcement. It is less about enforcement than about educating people about the protection of natural resources. And that's all being done internally, because you don't have, it's not like a general scope of work or job description that you would find in a DHERD. But so we have had to customize that. But like I said, we've been fortunate. We have a willing HR department that's willing to work with us and recognizes that we need unique expertise. But I think that's kind of maybe a missing part of this pathway, is that linchpin that connects up employees with employers.
Well, we had to break it down, and I think we've definitely, I mean, that's kind of where we do want to reconvene people back in person in the next year.
Yes, Hannah.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned Scheidler, and administration is so often overlooked and undervalued by the employees, and so to sensitize not only people in administration, but people coming potentially into the workforce about their place inside of an administrative framework, maybe a thing of benefit in terms of introduction and orientation for them. I know we're just standing up a not-for-profit, and that whole administrative aspect for us folks that love to be in the Hawaii or love to be in the Kais, but now that we have administrative kuleana, it's a whole new aspect for us.
I mean, our deal and our administrators, we all meet once a week. So it's all of them: fiscal, HR, communications, and they hear everybody's stories. But they also hear what our challenges are. And so having them at the table really makes a difference.
And oftentimes, if you enter as the most enthusiastic field technician or field biologist, if you advance your career, chances are you're going to be in administration.
Yeah.
And That's a wake-up call.
But it's also for us, it's retaining good people
Well,
to develop that institutional knowledge. I mean, too often you invest in people and then they move on because they can't get, so yeah, so it's it's creating long-term, a career path, making DLNR. This can be a career choice. This doesn't have to be just a stepping stone to someplace else, but it is a career choice that you can make a living here.
There's a Mo'olelo unfolding.
Oh.
And the people to whom you're speaking about their work have a place in the Mo'olelo.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything is holistic, right? You gotta have everybody working. And it's when they begin to have an appreciation for how the system as a whole works and how I think that was Aurora's comment about the bicycle, the spikes in the wheel. If everybody, to us move forward, everybody gotta be a spike in the wheel and moving and recognizing no one is more important than the other, but everybody contributes to the success of the whole. Yeah. Hey, little bit of philosophy. Okay.
Well, we're going to be reaching out to both of you for the next round of interviews. Yeah, I think both of you are on our list, actually. But
And maybe you can talk to our HR person too. I mean, just the challenges,
That was,
but just, yeah.
yeah, we've had a couple of exchanges. It was very, very illuminating.
Yeah, I mean,
At the
they
workshop.
can be a burden or they can be an asset. And so we've been very fortunate here. Similarly with fiscal, finding money, but yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions? 1:30. So I'm gonna thank you very much, Leah, for your presentation, Aurora. I think this has been it's very appropriate for DLNR in particular, because so much of what we do is fun. We need you guys to start talking to the water departments.
yeah, we
They're in
did.
there. They're in there.
They did.
They're-
Yeah,
they're
we
part of
talked to
this.
the utilities and
Yeah.
I mean, we had it was actually really challenging to not have hundreds of people to talk to, but yeah. So we tried to kind of represent various folks. Yeah.
I feel we've got really sensitive people at DLNR. Some of the other departments have a lot of engineers, but even our engineers are pretty sensitive.
No offense to engineers.
Yeah, no offense. I know, I'm obviously extremely biased there, but I'm not.
Okay. Well, mahalo for all the work.
No,
you guys do, the
thank you so
opportunity.
much.
I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
You're
And
a busy person.
Yeah, she's.
Commissioner Springer, Auntie Hannah, I'll send you the actual definition of boundary org. It's good to reflect on it. Yeah. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Ahuiho. You too.
Thank you so much. So that was informational, agenda item D. Kira, our next meeting schedule.
Yes, our next two meetings are scheduled for August 19th, 2025 and September 16th, 2025. No other announcements from me at this time.
Don't you have one more?
After we poll the Zoom,
Oh,
I will
after we poll the-
announce
Oh,
that
okay.
a critical member of
Okay.
our staff
Yes,
is
our team.
departing. Yes, our team.
Okay, so if there's no other business before the Water Commission, I am going to adjourn the meeting.